you have the rogue illegal occupants in Enugu, rather than putting things in place, speaking directly to the people to, whereby, letting the people slowly trust you to where they can come and open their shops on Monday. The idiots, I don't know who advised them, decided to start sealing people's shop that didn't show up on Monday. My God, Ali, I don't understand. These people are scared of unknown gunmen. That's the reason why. Rather than build the trust and slowly build it back up, and whether it's deploy security forces around those markets, and it's not just the markets, because I was in a space yesterday, and one of our favorite obedience, obviously tweeted like a dumbass as in his usual fashion. Um, but I was in a space and people were talking about the problem was not even the market. The problem is getting to the market, And then he contracts that, and unfortunately, people went to protest, which is their civic rights, and I think one or two were killed. May their soul rest in perfect peace. I hope they get justice. And then he contracts that with Abia, where you have our Labour Party governor Alex Oti coming out to address people in the markets. And every day I open my page on Twitter, is one construction or the other. It's one new road. It's something. He's meeting with someone to bring independent power plants. So I'm happy for Abians. I'm very happy. I know this is just the beginning. There's a lot more to come. So I wanted to start on that lighter note, on that positive note. Then I, segue to the the list. Actually, Shaddam, I was actually shocked, but for a different reason. There's some names I was expecting I did not see on there, and what I mean shocked in the sense of, I was expecting more political names. Now they're all political names, but I was expecting to see the class of '99. I was expecting to see those that ran Lagos ragged with him. I was expecting there were some names. Festus Kiamo. I knew they were not going to appoint him, but that was whatever. I was expecting to see some old relics from the Buhari administration. Technocrats will never be on that list. That's impossible. They don't know. But that list also, at the same time, is still full of politicians. And I was having this conversation yesterday with a friend of mine that we went to watch the game together, and we were, he was talking about how it's not really, it doesn't really follow politics that well, but he's obedient also, but it was like shock, like it was like, why is it that Nigerians, why do we keep recycling politicians and recycling people's name? And I was like, because these people are not coming in to govern. Governance is not what they're about. And the problem he has is everyone on that ministerial list would be his own president. Because number one, the guy in charge of them, which is in charge of the Federal Executive Council, the president himself, doesn't have the health to monitor them. Two, he wasn't elected by the people. So his aim is not to come and govern. Then you now fill your cabinet with people that genuinely probably believe they could be presidents. So imagine the mess they're about to create. Seeing them reward the Obiakpo Hitler. Mine said out the tweet, which I personally agree with. Like, if you look at the combination of that list, it just feels like someone is preparing for election. The way that list came across to me, I was like, oh man, yeah, this guy is trying to empower certain people, because Wike is no longer in government, so he has to bring him back in government. Whether it's police, whatever ministerial portfolio, they can give him cover to run amok and move mad in River State or whatever the case it may be. So me personally, I was not really shocked. I was not as shocked as much as you were, because it's what I was expecting. NCC used to say, if it didn't day, it didn't day. You can't expect someone like Bola Ahmed Tinubu to gather technocrats. See, they use that nonsense in Lagos for so years. Oh, look at the people he's bringing in. No, I've always this is my point of view. If you are working for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, even if you are skilled at what you're doing, it just tells me you're a bad judge of character. For you to subject yourself under the leadership of someone you knew was a drug dealer, then I don't care how brilliant you are, what level of expertise you have. Then I have to question everything about your education and qualification, because it shows when it comes to character judgment, you are very bad. There's something about pride in your profession, pride in your abilities, your God-given skills. When it comes to morality, yeah, you cannot be be someone that is brilliant, that has an expertise, and go subjugate yourself to work for someone that is a drug dealer that practices politics of thuggery and and bribery. So, there's where does he want to get the names from? No, the good people will never sign up for them. Never, never. So I'm not shocked. Now, the cool part, Saddam, I'm glad you touched on it. That you talked about how Nigeria itself, I think we've probably, I don't know the record, but I know, okay, when I was alive myself, I've witnessed, let me see, I'm not too young, I'm not too old, I'm right in that slight age where when I wake up in the morning, I have to be careful when I get out of bed. But I think I witnessed I think we've experienced one coup, technically, yeah, one coup. I think you call it the coup, the Shoneka. I don't know if you call it the coup. Yeah, whatever you call that. Yeah, that's the coup I witnessed in Nigeria. I was old, not old enough, but alive enough to see. Okay, yeah, there was a coup plot. So I've actually been shocked that Nigeria has actually experienced a coup. I'm shocked because if you look at the past 8 years, if you talk to young army officers or you talk to army friends that are soldiers or friends that are in the Nigerian army, and they complain about Boko Haram and the bastardization you've seen. And if you just juxtapose that with how the Nigerian army that once used to be the pride of Africa cannot fight people with bedroom slippers and AK-47 riding on Okada in northern Nigeria. If you juxtapose that with how the Nigerian government spent money to buy equipment under Buhari, and those equipments were delivered to Boko Haram. If you juxtapose that with how Nigerian military guys had to pay for buy bullets with their own personal money, you can go on and on and on. You would think that there are people in the army that will be like, man, this is bullshit. We not defeating Boko Haram is not because of we're not skilled enough or because we don't have enough manpower. It's because those in government are intentionally sabotaging us because they are benefiting from it. I remember when Isaac Bellamy came out with our space and said, talked about the contract for Egusi and talked about how Nigerian politicians are making a killing from army contracts, or how there's one of my friends here that his brothers in the military has talked about how they go for operations and they notice they've been ambushed or they've been tipped off and said, oh, because you're going to clear out the place, you get solid intel, but you show up, the guys are gone. It tells you there are saboteurs in the Nigerian army or in the Nigerian government. If you juxtapose that with what Asari Dokubo could come out boldly and threaten and accuse the Nigerian army, and not a word. The Nigerian army I grew up with, the Nigerian army I was used to, Asari Dokubo he would not even have the balls. If he said it, they would have picked him up the next day, and they will be looking for him. So that's the Nigerian army I grew up in. The Nigerian army where Nigerian army that used to go and lock up police stations. Nigerian army that was the Nigerian army. Now, I'm not saying they were right in the things they did. There were so many human rights violations, but the Nigerian army struck fear in you. It's the same Nigerian army that can't defeat people riding on bikes and bedroom slippers and Okada, So I'm even shocked we've not experienced that. So I've always said this. This whole electionary process is going to determine something. Can we continually exist as currently constituted? Which the judiciary, the ball is in your court. You're going to decide whether you want Nigeria to continue as a nation or whatever happens. So I hope they are gallant men. I hope Nigerian army still has, and I believe so. And if you are listening, I know some of you still have pride. Some of you are seeing what's going on. You know the mess. We can. I know Saddam and I we share the same feeling where we're not fans of military regime, but if you do a comprehensive, non-biased analysis of Nigeria infrastructure-wise or some key economic indices under certain military regime and what we've got since 1999, you will laugh. I point it out. Almost the same power generation we have right now was built under the military. Our capacity is still old plants, and they built some few ones. Go to universities, they were either built slightly pre-military or under the military. Like, your major highways. It's, Benin, Lagos Ibadan Expressways wasn't built under democratic civilization, under democratic regime. But no democratic regime has been able to fully rehabilitate that road. So what are we talking about? This is your third mainland bridge in Lagos. Find me a bridge in Nigeria. Sada says, when is not a big second Niger bridge? You know, find me a bridge in Nigeria that any democratic dispensation has built that looks like the Third Mainland Bridge. None. So, we can go on and go on. You know, Naira under military regime was, I think it was, never got over 100 Naira to a dollar. The best years we had were under military regimes, Naira to dollar comparison. Now, the military were bullshit too. They didn't know how to grow the economy, but they didn't fuck it
past
up.
65 naira.
Yeah, the military, they didn't know how to grow an economy. But one thing they didn't also do, they didn't know how to fuck it up. We've had people that come and fucked it up for us. So, Niger is not surprising to me. I think if you ask me, Bola is behind the Niger coup because a couple of days after he sent an ECOWAS delegation to Niger, there's a change in government. That's me. That's my own conspiracy theory. But I'm like, bro, you sent a delegation from ECOWAS to Niger, and a couple of days, army officers take over. Now, whether it's justified or not, we don't know. But yes, things are happening in Africa. The African countries that are waking up and have taken their future. You have the likes of Botswana, Zambia, Uganda, Rwanda. The African countries that are waking up and are moving in the right direction. The African countries that are also reverting back. And I keep saying it. If you look at Nigeria, the number of deaths we've had since 2011, or let's say 2015 till now, number of unrest, the economic indices, we're a failed state. We are a failed state. We have all the right ingredients for full-on anarchy. It's just that the Nigerian citizen we've been docile for too long. Not of our making, but we've been tamed by oppressive governments where we cannot revolt. Every just look at the country. The last 6 months is ripe for coup. It is. Sorry, the last 60 days. The suffering in the last 60 days is enough for people to say enough is enough. When I sent you the tweet of Truth, when Truth was talking about how military officers are getting paid, all the politicians came in and they've already given themselves raises. You have soldiers that are dying in war front, that are dying of hunger, that are dying at the hand. I keep saying it. There's one memory of Boko Haram that sticks in my head. Was one time, I think it was BBC documentary, where they were all on bikes and I was looking at their legs. They were bedroom sleepers. And I just keep thinking to myself, these are people that they probably taught them how to operate a gun, shooting at trees and things like that. And you have army officers that used to be the pride, even though they committed a lot of atrocities in ECOMOG when they were in Liberia. Talk to Liberians, they can't stand the Nigerian army. We know that. But they were still able to, they were the pride of Africa at one time. In any peacekeeping mission, even foreign, we participated in so many peacekeeping missions. Even though we also committed so many human rights violations. But we used to be the pride. Now we've become something that, even, I'm pretty sure one-on-one DSS and Nigeria, I don't even know who will win. Because those DSS are thugs. So, but, Africa countries are moving forward. Some countries are reverting. And if anything, Nigeria will determine the future of, first of all, West Africa and Africa at large. This country cannot afford to collapse, and the ball is in your court, Judiciary. So, do the right thing. You have no choice. You cannot return this drug dealer back to Axel Rock. The only rerun, if there's gonna be anything like a rerun, is between two people, Atiku and Peter Obi. That's it. Bola Tinubu there's nothing. You cannot bring him back. There's no way. So, thank you once again. Please follow Parallel Facts. Please keep sending us your questions. We're creating them. Big ups to the Parallel editorial team led by Able Chief Editor. Creating those questions. Please send as much questions as you can. Some of the questions will get asked, some will not. Some are going to get combined, some will not. So, but I cannot wait for the rest of today's space, and I cannot wait for Saturday. So, thank you all. I yield back to you, Saddam. Okay, Jimmy.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right. I think we'll go on conversation, but I wanted to add something to what you said about Alex Oti. I think we will have that. I think he will have a space to celebrate him. You know what? We say this all the time, that governance is not rocket science. It's not rocket science. If you want to do good for the people, you do good for the people. It is inborn. It is inborn. We just have a very wicked set of political class that all they do is to steal and steal and steal and steal and steal. Well, let's go on with the conversation. I don't know. Okay, Jimmy, if you want to come in now before we move on to Women Nigeria. But before then, please, guys, if you have questions for us on the parallel facts, if you have questions to ask, because as we're saying it right now, we have to make that space seamless and smooth so that everybody can enjoy it. It's not going to be a space whereby you want to come and pray for Peter B, or you want to come and tell him good words. We can always tell him good words from the comment section, and it will be read. But we want it to be a space well curated, um, real questions being asked, well thought out questions. So please, if you have questions for him, you can go to the pinned tweet on the Parallel Facts page. I'll post the tweet up on the Jumbotron very soon. You can just go another place and use the hashtag Peter will be on Parallel Facts, and your questions will be added up to the selected questions so far. So please, it's important to do it that way so that everybody can join and understand and enjoy that conversation that day. Thank you. All
So
right,
that
Jimmy,
way, before you
if
go,
you
see, one of my brothers, really, well, I just mentioned his name already. He just sent me a message and he said, you remember the last coup in Chad? The Chadian president came to Nigeria to meet Buhari. As soon as he got back home, they took him out. So I just me, I don't have proof, but sometimes the writing is on the wall. They are not. I won't be shocked, but whichever way, I just know their own too is coming. They should continue. Back to
I
you, man.
I got I have one of our friends. Hopefully, he went to pray. Our Muslim brothers. He will be back here. He will hopefully join us on this platform, and he will talk about the coup that's going on right now in Nigeria, because he's half Nigerian, half Nigerian, and so he has more information. And what from information he told me, he said this particular president won his elections free and fair. He won his own elections free and fair. So his brother in Nigeria that rigged his own. Probably he's thinking, how can you have to be a rigger, you cannot be stable like me. So probably the one that is orchestrating all this damage there. But he doesn't know that he's going to come back and bite his ass. So, but let us keep it going. Hopefully he's going to join us on the platform and talk about it. It's going to be an amazing conversation, hopefully. So, guys, thank you very much. Really enjoy, my brother. Thank you. Jimmy, you want to come in right now? For so long, you have hoarded the Wala records, our banger on the space. I think three spaces now. People have said they have been coming, they have paid their tithes,
Honestly,
and you have not given them the record they paid for. So I think
honest.
today you have to do that for them. Thank you, my brother. You're welcome. Have the space.
Yeah, obedient. Welcome. Thank you, Saddam Otumba. Well meaning. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Obedient. Welcome. It's another segment, Thursday edition of Violent Space. Yes, yes, yes. Where do I even start from first? All right, let me start from a different angle. Hmm? This is going out to my fellow Yorubas. Hmm? Please, if you know, hmm, you are not up to the task to represent Yoruba in any political affair, abeg, don't talk. Don't talk. I'm referring to the wèrè olórí burúkú tó gbé wá sí EFCC lánàá tó ló
Why,
ń
why,
define for future.
why are they saying
Olórí
that?
burúkú awítọ́ pẹ̀rẹ̀ ládìọ́lá Yorùbá lady Adiola for future is not fine. Orí ẹ̀ ti burú o ní EFCC space lánàá. For future is not fine. Ah, oh my shield. And she was saying it with pride. She repeated it twice. And she was bold, mentioning her name. AC Adiola Were. Adiola Were Wolo Diola. Ori buruku lo di. Because you went there yesterday, you were chatting rubbish, bollocks. Igbe aja. You were talking nonsense. Lano, Adiola, for future is a punishment for someone that commit a crime, not to do it again. Please, henceforth, I requested for the mic. Lano one for me and back EFCC. People that you're meant to be going after, you're not going after them. And sort of for future ori buruku lori space. Aye iti baje. Aye ugbo iti baje papo. That being said, that's just on a nighttime note. You see, there is a Yoruba adage that says, Ikú tó ń pojú bá ẹni òwe ló ń pa fún ni. There used to be a Yoruba series back then, Baba Kwete. It says, Ikú tó ń pojú bá ẹni òwe ńlá ló ń pa fún ni. Bàbá onílé tó kọ́lé tẹ́nìkan ò kọ́ rí. Look, your neighbor's house is burning. And you say it's not your business as long as it doesn't touch your fence. And it's just one fence you guys are sharing together. Very soon it will reach your own house. Very soon. Ikú tó ń pojú bá ẹni, òwe ló ń pa fún ni. That's a proverb. That's an indirect message to Nigeria. And this man thinks he's smart. To his own understanding now, he has changed the what's it called? The security chiefs. In his own eye, you don't change all of them. When what will happen will happen. You're not gonna see anybody. Have you guys seen the video? Is that they stone, then they stone politicians. Then they stone them. Anyhow, on the street, blood all over them. Judiciary. I hope we don't get to that level. I pray and hope we don't get to that level. I was on 1 Million Man Match Space today. And Peter is Better came up and he made a very he read out an article. I'm not gonna read over the article. It's a long article. It's an article written by a former judge in Nigeria, Justice Dr. Omole. Beautiful article. Beautiful. The man explained the corruption going on in Nigeria judicial system, where you have clerks, you have registrars, changing dates, backdating dates, destroying evidences just for whoever they want to win. The man is sharing experience of the discussion he had with one of the judges. He didn't mention name, but close friends. And they listed out the things they actually go through. The problems they face. The number one problem is money. They approach them with money. Shitloads of it. And if they don't go with that, they set them up. They set them up. They know their weakness. They will send them fine girls. They know their specs. In the hotel room, they will be going. They've planted cameras there. They will blackmail them with sex videos of themselves sleeping with another lady that's not their wife. And they use that to make them say what they want, to make them change the judgment. That's number two. Number one is money. Number two, blackmail. Number three, spiritual attack. The man explained how certain things, unexplainable things, happen at a point in time when they are working on a case. Different things happen to them. Family members, different issues. Issues with situation at which you need money to solve it. But eventually, the amount of money that will be needed is for you to actually take the bribe from them. They do this. These guys are diabolical. Demons. We know these things. That's why we do our Sunday prayer service. I mean, we used to do the Friday ones with our Muslim brothers. I'm not sure what happened. We know the kind of people we're dealing with. That's number two. Oh, sorry, number three, spiritual attack. Number four, cult membership. They're all in a cult group. They deal with themselves. And when one of their cult members is in trouble, it is their total responsibility as a cult member to make sure they sacrifice whatever is standing in the way of judgment just to favor their membership. We don't know. But there's a cultism going on within them. But guess what? We don't fucking care. We don't care. Thank God. I said it like 2-3 weeks ago. If you don't keep a sin before, if you were caught sleeping with someone else's wife, even if you be Gabriel, Gege, you were dogging another judge with a male. We don't care. Give us the judgment, the right judgment. Don't take out of it and don't add to it. Give us what we deserve. There's enough evidence, shitloads of evidence, right in front of you. Don't compromise. I'm not sure if you guys are listening now, but I hope this message gets across to you. Do not compromise. Whatever video they have of you, don't worry. We don't forgive you before. Before it happened, before they even blackmail you, we don't forgive you. They found your picture with a kid, Abby, naked, in the hotel room. No worry. We go quench them on top social media, on top Twitter. We go quench them. But when Obi enter, you go jail. You go jail. But for now, we need a country. We need to save that country. And we will do anything to save that country. Obedience, the amount of time we have waited is not as much as the amount of time we need to wait to get the judgment we need. Don't be in haste. When the time is right, it will happen. Right now, everything going around the country is piling up. We have about, I think, 2-3 weeks for the judgment. It's piling up. Whatever it is going on right now, chaos. It's easy to start chaos. I said it on 1 Million Mama Space today. It's very easy. And I use a typical example of people in the market selling goods in the market. And they found, or they come across two people fighting. Oh, one of them slopped and died. Simple as ABC. And you're walking by, you see that situation happen. You can easily go back to your store and and just tell your neighbor that two people were fighting, and one of them just died. That way, you're gisting them. You're letting them know you've seen something on your way, right? But you can escalate it and make it turn into a bloody chaos by simply saying, one Yoruba man don't kill a Hausa man. You see, those are two different things. You can easily say two people fought and one died. But if you want to escalate it, knowing the kind of terrain you are, you just say, one Yoruba man is fighting a Hausa man kill him. In that area, there will be bloodbath. That is the power of what a single person can do. That is how dangerous misinformation can go. Let us be careful. I stand with anyone that wants to go and do protests right now, but a single spark can ignite. We can either implode or explode. But the time will tell. Nonetheless, obedient, be ready. Be ready. It's either two things. Be ready to stand up for your rights, or be ready to jubilate. Be ready to hit the street and let the world know that yes, justice was done. Be ready to get your country back. One way or the other, we're not yielding back. We've come to stay. I made a tweet a couple of minutes ago about a movie, Shaworoide. I was watching that movie yesterday, and it was like deja vu. It's like, God bless that man, Tunde Kilani. Every single thing in that movie is what is going on now in Nigeria. And I caught a particular part there. It was well translated. I caught a particular part there where the people, the technocrats coming into that country in the movie to work, they go into the forest, they cut trees and they just send it out of the country. They make money out of it. And there's a change in government. And they decided to stay with the fraudulent government, because if they appoint the right government in there, they won't be able to steal what they're stealing. Guys, please take a look at that. I'll put it on Jumbotron. You guys need to, it's a Yoruba movie, but it was well translated. This movie was made in 1999. 1999. And every single thing in that movie is happening right now. Beautiful movie. It is time for us to take our country back, and we will take it back. We're not yielding back. We will take our country back by force, by fire. And thank you, Obedience. We've done well. You see, the conformity experiment did not work with us. We put it out there, people understood what it was, and we didn't let it slide. Thank you. That was beautiful. But now, we need to focus on the learned helplessness. The learned helplessness. That is for you to know the right time to do the right thing. Don't because of what has been happening in the past and think, let's just go ahead and another 4 years. Hell no! No way! And people have been talking about rerun. There's no rerun. And I think they're mixing it up. There is rerun and there is re-election. What they are preparing for is re-election. If it was to be a rerun, it would be between Atiku and Peter Obi. But what they are preparing for is a re-election. And that's not going to happen. Because for you to be on that ballot, you need to answer all the questions. All the questions that made you not to be qualified in the first place. Is it a drug case? Is it a forged certificate? Is it a Chicago certificate? Is it an NYSC certificate? Name it. We're not accepting. If you like, go bring what do they call them? Abiola Pikin. Put them for ministerial list in your Okaye. And that ministerial list is a very beautiful list. I like it. It's a beautiful list. You know why? Because it will be easy to know the people we are relegating. The people that their political career are going to be dead for life. Come on, just what you can. Keep piling them up. Keep packing them. Keep mentioning their names. Bring them out. Let us know all of them one by one. And that way, cannot think waiting with this plumber name. We get PhD. Plumber, Baba Plumber. Kwakwanso, Baba Plumber. I'm too big to be Peter Obi's vice. Olori Buruku. One of our ministers, one of the ministers. Oh, I'm too big to be vice to Peter Obi. But now you are a minister to a drug dealer. You are now kissing ass of someone that rigged his way into presidency. And I heard a couple of hours ago that he's sending some delegates to Niger Republic. May they go talk to them. I pray those ones, they reply them, say, the person where send una come doesn't have the right, doesn't have the integrity, doesn't have what it takes to even talk to us. Because he's not even meant to be there in the first place. We saw what happened now. The whole world is watching. The whole freaking world is watching what is going on. Baba Weri, we not tolerate coup in Africa. In case you don't know, won't regard you. They don't regard you at all. Fuck around and find out. Lastly, on a lighter note, you see, obedience is okay to help ourselves time to time, right? People come into your DM, they ask for help, they do all that. It's good. Once in a while, it's good. But you see, the part I don't like, the people I'm talking to, they know themselves. So the one I don't like is when you're now threatening me that if I don't help you, you commit suicide. This is your life something. Okay, let me tell you something. You see, I know everybody have problem. I have my own issues I'm handling.
Everybody say it again.
Bro, everybody have problem. My advice is, if you want to die, if you want to kill yourself, just be patient. Do it when everybody go see. Don't go and kill yourself in the house, hang yourself. Die a hero. If you want to die, because you coming to meet me that, if I don't help you, you kill yourself. My brother, my sister, just hold on. You die a hero. Don't go around blackmailing people. A lot of people have problems. I have over 800 messages in my DM. And one person is coming telling me you need thousands of naira. And if I don't give it to you, you die. Eh? Oh, okay. If you want to do that, you can wait. You can do it. See, why do you guys think we're doing all these things? We in diaspora, why do you think we're doing all these things? We want a better country. We want a country whereby people won't be begging every now and then. We want a country whereby everybody will be able to put money in their pockets. Everybody will be able to feed themselves. A lot of youth will be able to get married. Why do you think people are just walking around the street? They can't get married. Low employment. I made a tweet yesterday or day before yesterday. Nigeria came first unemployment rate in the whole world. So please, let's stop that. Everybody is depressed. Everybody feels like dying, but you have the fucking right to kill yourself. You have the fucking right to kill yourself. When the time is right, only God knows when you're gonna die. But don't do that. Don't go around blackmailing people emotionally with death. No. If you really want to die, die for your country. That's a good cause. Be a hero. Die for your country. Lastly, this is about parallel facts. Someone has been impersonating parallel facts, and it's not a good thing. Absolutely not a good thing. We don't like it, and it can cause a lot of damages. It can. So I know a lot of people are doing everything they can to show how much they love parallel facts, but this is for everybody to know, especially people using parallel facts logo as their DP. Please, please, if you can take it off. If you know you love parallel facts, take it off. You can use the website, link to the website on your bio. We want to be able to make sure anyone using parallel facts DP is only parallel facts. At least let us get that legitimacy strong. Let us get let us get the foundation strong. Because Tom, Dick, and Harry is just using that DP right now. Please, guys, they are using it anyhow. It's not nice. Please, let us show our support the particular handle that is spreading all this fake news and impersonating it. We've been reporting it. I'll put it on John Button again. As many people as possible, we need to report that. But for moving forward sake, guys, please. I mean, you don't have people using CNN DP up and down like that. We're trying to build a brand here. Let's do everything we can to support it. Please, okay? Thank you very much. On that note, thank you once again for coming. It's a lovely Thursday afternoon from my own side. Violent space segments. Today is gonna be nice, though short, but yeah, as usual, it's gonna be beautiful. But for the time being, I'm not sure. Saddam, do you have one or two things to say before I take the roll call?
No, I think maybe probably after Wembley Nigerian submission, then you can start up with a roll call and open up the floor.
Okay, beautiful. All right. Thank you, guys. Well-meaning Nigeria. Welcome, my brother. Back to you now.
Yeah. It's been some quiet time. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Emia. Good evening, Otumba. One name, Maru. Good evening, Jimmy. Good evening, Mommy Bolanle. Good evening, everybody. So I know Jimmy is about to do the roll call. So I think the first thing I would want to talk about is, and meanwhile, Zari, long time no see. So okay, relating to judiciary on trial. So
Well-meaning, I beg. Just
go
one
ahead.
second. As I was speaking, someone sent me a DM, and it's from Ruben Abati. They don't send message to Tinubu. Don't interfere. Niger coup plotter wants Tinubu, UN, and others after declaring nationwide curfew. You see, anyway, well-meaning, back to you. Go ahead. Let me not interrupt. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah. So okay, relating to, that's funny. It's just crazy. I don't know what Tinubu wants to go and do. I don't understand. Anyway, but that's on the side. So just to really put context to the old, EFCC thingy yesterday, and how to relate it to judiciary on trial. Um, so I've seen different perspectives to it. Just to be very clear, so the space yesterday was like, I think I was just, online sometime, and I was like, what's going on online? At that time, I think there was a space going on somewhere with the Lagos State, one of the Lagos State reps. So I saw EFCC space. So I saw something for feature on the topic. I was like, for feature, I was like, okay, let me get in. I got in at some point, and people were asking questions. So I saw like two obedience on the speaker section, and I was like, oh, maybe if I wanted to ask something. I was just looking, and I was like, okay, let me see what's good. But so I got into the comment section to just see one part that people did not really. It's not a key part, and that part I want to use it to emphasize how destroyed APC, how infiltrated our institutions in Nigeria have become, and how much APC have destroyed institutions in Nigeria. I think one of the first things that caught my attention was somebody on this and give it to obedience, give it. I think the establishment needs to realize that we are living in different times. Maybe they need to learn from the biblical children of Issachar that understood the times. I think they need to know that. I was in the comment section, and I saw like an obedient, put a screenshot. I didn't really get it in the first place until I saw that, there were two maybe guests of EFCC, but the EFCC staff, maybe not in the headquarters or so, that were answering questions on the space, and it now dawned on me that, oh, what this person was trying to say was that imagine an EFCC staff liking a tweet of Bashir Ahmed, where Bashir Ahmed was saying the great leader of our party, as in Kini like hyping somebody. I didn't even know who that person was at the time, but an EFCC core staff that was core enough for them to bring him on space to be answering questions, liking such tweets. And I was like, okay, this is really bad. So that was one of the first things, because I thought, the obedience on the speaker section would ask questions relating to what I would have wanted to know. So I got on the space and I just asked. And really, when I was asking, because one thing about us in the obedient movement is we don't try to spread propaganda. When I was asking, I didn't, I got the feel already that, okay, these people may not even know why I was asking, because I said it's really for academic purpose, and it's really because I wanted to know enough from both divide. I've been doing my own research on the whole thing. And when I asked that, I just asked, I was like, oh, where would you classify forfeiture? If you try to look at different types, because Otumba doesn't make I go read law, so like I say, I don't go to do law research. So if you try to look at different kind of punishment that a judge can give, you will see prison sentence, you see community service, you see fine. In fact, if you look at Nigerian laws, you see 2 years imprisonment or an option of fine, or both. You see those kind of things. So I was like, where can you classify forfeiture? Because you don't really see things like forfeiture as, forfeiture has to be somewhere. And from the little research I've done, forfeiture is a fine. Like, it's a fine. The difference is that because forfeiture is already money involved, so if the court, and this is the typical way to put it, if the court thinks your crime is deserving of either a jail term or a fine, and instead of giving you the jail term option, they would rather give you a fine. So because in forfeiture there's money already involved, they'll just go ahead and say, okay, take the money from the account. So forfeiture is technically a fine that is taken from the account. So cases where you see they now say pay fine. Any case that involves money, most of the time, they don't really ask you to pay fine when there's already money involved. You will just have to forfeit the money already. So the cases where they will now tell you to pay fine is where maybe the crime that you committed doesn't involve money, so there's no money with them. So you have to now pay from your pocket. But if there's already money with them, you don't need to pay the fine. So that's where it becomes forfeiture. So all forfeitures are fines, but not all fines are forfeitures. That's basically how best to put it. So I mean, I just asked and I was like, okay, let me ask that. To my greatest amazement, it was almost like when San Levy asked, Senator Bamidele, okay, what was Tinubu charged for? And he said money laundering and it's not a crime. It's not money. And he started, ranting and, saying things that San Levy did not want him to answer, like adding extra to the answer. And, she went on and say, giving her benefit of doubt, I don't know. I don't want to believe she premeditated it, because throughout the space, there was really no question. They were just talking about banks. It was nothing political. And she said, she mentioned criminal 4 times in her answer. And I was like, interesting. As in, of course, I'd led the speaker section at the time. I told them my mind regarding the official that posted, that was liking an APC tweet. And I told them vehemently that, I mean, all the answers that guy gave in this space, I was not taking it. I was not listening, because as far as I'm concerned, he's an APC member talking on behalf of AFCC. And when she answered that, I was like, oh, okay. But just to really put it in context for people that, follow the petition, I say this every time. If you look at the way our legal team dealt with the case of forfeiture, it doesn't get better than that. So the laws that were available when Tinubu was tried in 1993 in the US, some of those laws, do you know what our lawyers did? Our lawyers went back to the years that those laws were formed in the 1970s to look at the dictionary meanings of forfeiture at the time. And they gave up to like 3-4 dictionary meanings, and all of them had fines. Then after that, it was a progression. After that, they went to the US Supreme Court. I mean, anybody can pretend in Nigeria and say, okay, Nigerian pidgin English, forfeiture is not a fine. Which was the pedestrian answer that the EFCC person gave yesterday. The answer that she gave yesterday was just answer on the surface. Not when you want to now probe further, like I just did just now, telling you guys how forfeiture relates to being a fine, and how all forfeitures are fine and not all fines are forfeiture. That was like a pedestrian answer that she gave, and I was like, okay, that's fine. But looking at how the legal team answered that forfeiture question, and this is important because it is the thing that one of the things, I feel like this one would have disqualified Tinubu before Tinubu would get to certificate forgery. It should have disqualified him. Looking at the US court, and if you really want to know the meaning of something, right, I think the best place to go to is where that thing came from. If you want to know what something means, so if you really want to know what US meant by forfeiture, you go to the US and ask. You don't stay in Nigeria and say, okay, this is what we think it is in pidgin English, right? So the LP legal team went from the dictionary meanings, multiple dictionary meanings, went to Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court, to get different judgments where the judges relate forfeiture to fine. Funny enough, came to Nigerian Supreme Court and brought out different judgments, one of which, Ariwala West even said forfeiture is a punishment. Then eventually ended up at the appeal court where the tribunal is holding. So that case of it being a fine have been already established. But, she just went on, innocently or not innocently, I don't know, and just gave us, a couple of jara to tell us that, I mean, I think it's public knowledge that the current interim occupant of Villa forfeited money. Right? He has encountered forfeiture. And if an EFCC official is telling you that forfeiture is a tool that is used to deprive a criminal from enjoying the proceeds of his crime. So if you do the maths, it's just really equal to an EFCC official has established a stamp that Tinubu is a criminal at the EFCC standard. So I just wanted to establish that. And I'll leave, JOT there, like Judiciary on Trial. The only other thing I want to talk about is regarding the African coup. you know that's I said, I tweeted this evening and I said, I think God loves Nigeria so much, and for some reason, I mean, all due respect to people in Niger, and I don't think people in Niger have any problem with this, because I think they're even celebrating. So I don't think they have any problem with whatever is going on. Maybe I'm wrong, but at least from what we've seen, let me just put it like that. So I feel like, what are the chances that Tinubu was somewhere not too long ago talking about coup, and believe me, that within the how many days that he has been interim occupant of Villa, he has talked about coup like twice. So I am thinking in my mind that whether or not you like it, when you stay in Villa, you get intel, you get intelligence info. I'm thinking, I have, when he said it at ECOWAS, I was like, in my mind, I'm sure this guy is getting he's getting some intels that he's saying some ranks within the military are not happy, and something is coming. So he keeps talking about it everywhere he goes. So I was like, what are the chances that slightly after he talks about it, there's a coup in Niger? I've tried looking for, the reasons behind the person that, was ousted by the coup. And one of the things, and I know Saddam said just now that, one of our brother that was a Nigerian said, he won his election. But if you look deeper at the election, there's actually a lot. In fact, that election, there was a lot of problem, that there was even a protest after that election that led to the death of some people. So that election already has some. In fact, the opposition, who was one Usmani, actually claimed he won the election by 50.3%. But this current president was declared by 55%. So that election, I'm just trying to draw the parallel with Nigeria, because I made a tweet. I made a reply to Senator Shehu Sani's tweet this morning, and it's really where my mind is at. To be honest, I'm not. This is not time to be mixing words again. It's not time to be saying, "Oh, we think military," and I don't want to hear anybody tell me things like, "Oh, it's because you did not experience military era." Maybe we need to experience so that we can choose. And anybody should not tell me, "Oh, be careful of what you wish for." At this point, I don't think so. Like I tell people, the military, you already know that these people are wicked people. These people are, they silence you, they do everything. So at the very least, you don't expect much from them. After all, you didn't vote them in. You didn't have to go out to, try to vote and get killed and get beaten. So at least you just know that these are people that they do their own, you do your own. But it is more mentally draining if we pretend we are in democracy and we are suffering more than we are in military. It is more mentally draining. So it's why I don't for me, the only thing you can just get from military is, oh, they loot, they damage things, they reduce freedom of speech or totally take freedom of speech. In Nigeria now, do you have freedom of speech? I mean, can you boldly go and say something against Tinubu in the Nigerian media? If you even get there, even in the years of military, the Nigerian media still had some form of, if you want to be bold enough, you can even talk against government. Nobody will regulate you. Now the government will regulate you. I'm just trying to draw parallels. And I mean, democracy is good, but I think the worst democracy is very bad. So what we are practicing in democracy is not democracy, because what APC has successfully done is totally kill every institution in Nigeria. Totally, as in what APC has done in Nigeria. I mean, I think, because even in the military times, the judiciary was still free to pass judgment. Judiciary passed judgment against military, and they will be fine. But in APC, I don't know, all of a sudden the judiciary can't breathe because of one useless set of people. So I was telling someone today that APC destroys both physically, mentally, spiritually, everything, like literally APC destroys it. So Anybody that wants to come and preach on me and say, oh, you are your own. I mean, you are free to your opinion, and I'm free to mine. So I just want to draw the parallel and say, now, Niger is under a coup. Some of the reasons, if you try to read about it, I was reading about it on Al Jazeera today, was, things like corruption, mismanagement of funds, and those kind of things. That's what led to them. Of course, coupled with the fact that his election already had K-leg before. That's what led to them creating this coup. So I just want to tell the judiciary, I need you to know that Peter Obi, I just need you guys to know, Peter Obi won in all the military, in and around all the military installments in Nigeria. Just know that. I want you to also know that Peter Obi won in all the 10 polling units around Aso Villa, inside Aso Villa. So that you will know that people that are supporting him, a lot of them might even be in this government now, just, following and say, okay, well, let's just be following. So that you will know it. You will know it. I feel like God is giving you people example and showing you people Niger. Just don't make that mistake. And for me, I've said it many times that if the judiciary, see, we may get to a point if care is not taken, because if the judiciary does the wrong thing, anarchy is inevitable in Nigeria. That's a given. It's just a matter of what time. Will it happen immediately? Will it happen 2 months time? Will it happen 1 year? But anarchy is inevitable. It's not a cause. It's not a bad wish. It is inevitable. It will happen in Nigeria. But what I'm just hoping for is that, because one way or the other, it might be a people-driven revolution or a military-driven revolution, or both. Because what is happening now in Niger is both. The military have taken over, but the citizens are celebrating. So, I want to tell the judiciary that don't get Nigeria to that point where people will begin to wish that the military will take over and begin to whisper it like I am already doing. If the judiciary does the wrong thing, don't get Nigeria to that point where, Nigerians who celebrated at Abacha's death will now probably start to also celebrate at a military coup in Nigeria. Don't get Nigeria to that point. And just sit down, draw the parallel between Nigeria and Nigeria, or and Niger, or the way they call them Nigerians. Just look at the parallel between Nigeria and Niger, and just know that if it's not anything, it's the universe just warning you ahead that what you're about to do, if you want to do it. I mean, as I am now, I don't turn and say me. I don't judge the case finish from me. I don't already get my judgment for the case, so I don't know my own judgment already. So it is left for you people. You people do the only thing I've talking here that is say, after all this said and done, if the judiciary still blatantly does the wrong thing, the only thing that I will either add my voice to in Nigeria. Now say I say put on the do revolution or say military don't wake up. I know go hear anything again. So finally and shortly, for the ministerialists personally, I don't want to look at, but just to clarify, if what is in the public domain is correct, so Tinubu had submitted 28 names to the National Assembly, right? And funny enough, those names are all crazy. I think at the pretty Festus Kiyama, I don't know what they go give her now, because Delta, there's already a Delta person there. So I don't know if they want to get another minister for Delta, or they'll still go give a minister of state for police affairs or something. I don't know. But okay, I think what I just wanted to clarify is the fact that, so on this current list, I know on the initial complete list, Kwankwaso was there, but on the current 28th list, Kwankwaso is not there yet. But it just goes a long way to tell you that if in the final list that will come out, because I know, of course, this might not be the end, because all the states are not yet represented, at least. Even on the final list that comes out. I mean, I think Peter Obi is just really outstanding, and that's where I just leave it. Peter Obi is really outstanding, and I'm really looking forward to what will happen on Saturday. So at that point, I'll just shoot the mic to Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, guys. As we promised, it's going to be an amazing space. You see different angles to the conversation. For me, also, I'm standing on the same leg of table you're standing on, my brother. When in Nigeria, I think for so long Nigerians have been deceived. Democracy has not worked in Nigeria. Unfortunately, it has not worked in Nigeria. The dividends of democracy, we have not seen it in 23 years of the practice of this rule, and it has only things have really gotten worse in a country with so much abundance. We are so blessed that we have no reason to be wallowing in poverty. We have no reason to be where we are today. But evil, wicked, corrupt, inept, satanic politicians have taken over. This Peter says is that when he says when lunatics have taken over the asylum. That's exactly what's happening in Nigeria. Exactly what's happening in Nigeria. So you understand why they don't even understand what governance is all about. It's all about stealing and stealing and stealing for these guys. While the general public and the painful part is that these guys are not they're not up to 10,000. They're not up to 10,000. It is so painful. So it is important that we keep drumming this out. I know the change that we're yearning for it's around the corner. Hopefully it comes the right way. It comes the right way. But if it doesn't, Nigerians, be ready to take back your country. Thank you. All right, let's open up. Jimmy, Wahala Records. Oh, from the stable of Wahala Records is our superstar artist. We're about to give credence to who credence is due. Thank you, guys. Let me bring in Jimmy right now to drop the banger for you guys. Enjoy the show. Jimmy, you have the space.
Obi, 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 one them. Otumba, well, Millie Naija, Auntie Bolande, Mr. Ari, Sari, Illuminator, Gaboni, C1, Mide, Distinguished, Oketosi, AJ, Spotlight, The Real, Violent Space, Obedient, Campbella, Adiaka Dede, Omega X, Savik, Arewa Chick, Dr. Vince, Antonia, Mary White, Fatal Ibrahim, Party Patient, AJ Fox, Ladi 80, Oluwarotimi, Odogu, a new Nigeria, Wendy, Omotayo, Omaka, Auntie Madonna, Orep, Nailo, Augustine God, Auntie Nina, Liberty, Equity, Senor, God will bend, that direction, Ambassador, Dr. Olu, Mr. Dinu, call me Wells, Oladipo, Precious, Jerry Ann, Papa Chilo, Taiwo, Aguweri, Simka, my man, Adaigwe, Adaweri, Office of the number, Mr. David, Odun Tutu, Dr. Haruna, Auntie Tati, J. Brown, Pastor Jacob, K. Lexi, Ike Boya, Oluwadamilare, Kingdom, Armstrong, Dragon Boy, Hot Mom, Lady Prisma, Auntie Fetcher, Slimy Minute, Chigoze, Chino, Mr. Tony, Yoruba Obedience, Ayotunde, Mr. Walera, Captain Niger, Miss Brown, Yellow Citizens, OJ.com, Go, David Udayi, Miss Brown, McDonald's, Pizza Open Way, Augusta, Mr. Delix, Mr. Emmanuel, Mr. Salvation, Mrs. Benedict, Mr. Ikena, CK, Osemo, Larry, and Dakin, MDN, and that's it. That is 98 in total. Back to you, Saddam.
Hmm. Omo, Omo. Please, for your bookings, for your weddings, for your ceremonies, birth ceremonies, and what have you. Please, if you want to book my artists, my DMs are open. All right, guys. It's about the show is about to get started. I think when we Nigeria, let me bring you in now so that you help me and start this, please.
Saddam, babe, before you go on, this Abdurrahim there, na Gbado guy, now bring him up.
No be Abadu.
Okay.
Jimmy, listen
If
at
you come here, if you come here, come talk God, màá ṣépè fún ìyá ẹni o, mo ti ń sọ lẹ́sìn yìí
Jimmy,
o,
calm
yeah, go
down.
ahead. Well, meaning, go ahead.
This Jimmy,
Oh God.
militant, man. Jimmy is militant.
Hey. All right. Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you. Quick, let me just take maybe a couple of comments from the comment section to honor our commenters. See the first comment I did see. Sweet Angel say, where is real level best? Voila. Miguel says, welcome to the violence space, home of fact and figures. Stay tuned. Let's have a great conversation. Cindy Go say, I came early to mosque today. At I think this is Sweet Angel also. Yeah, at Sweet Angel. I came before you. Sweet Angel says, how? Mary said, number one Twitter space is live. Are you ready for Saturday space? Mary White, I'm ready. If you are, please don't forget to follow Parallel Fact on all social media platforms for updates and more especially for the real news. That's true. Please, guys, let's follow Parallel Fact too. Or Parallel Fact. Please, let's follow Parallel Fact and because I think that space is going to be hosted on Saturday using Parallel Fact directly. So if you are not following Parallel Fact, you go to wait for Saddam. Now you can sabi. Mommy Madonna said, as we dey hot, as we dey cook, we serve the Nigeria and Niger Republic politicians. Ministry, Emir Saddam, Jimmy, prayer points from Book of Google by NCs. Tithe and offering, sacrosanct, expect the unexpected. Thank you, Mommy Madonna. Manuel say, on the IRF, the beavers, even in the PPT, overwhelming evidence, full ground. Dear judges, do justice in your judgments, and heaven and earth will celebrate you. Yup. Fuga said, and 25% in FCT. $460,000 for feature. Per jury. Is the video that followed this week that is making me laugh. Double nomination, dual citizenship, forgery. Someone said, the criminal drug baron. And once I said that, I know you know the someone. Certificate forger. The first Nigerian transgender in office. Bola Ahmed Tinubu's ministerial list is a recycled shege of criminals and unapologetic bigots. Demons are back as ministers. I know, right? Adaigwe says Niger is testing the mic for West Africa. I agree with you. Honorable Adora says, Jimmy, I can't do this with you today. Which kind of wahala be this? All these courses, and you say now on a lighter note. Jimmy, your course now on a lighter note. Chini said, the daddy that daddy, their daddy is coming to party on Saturday. Violencers, are you ready? That's a question from Chini. Senyor said, my favorite space is on. And you know, there are so many comments, of course. You know, I can't go through all the comments. Nelly C says, Shonekon era was not a coup. It was placed there by General Abdusalam. I think after the death of Abacha. Sorry, I think you are mixing it up, Nelly C. I think you should read that again. It was actually Abdusalam that was I know what you want to say. I know what you want to say, but Shonekon was actually ousted. Um, and
Yeah, it was a coup plan. I can literally play the
yeah,
address.
I think she's talking about after Abacha's death, the person that did interim
Oh no
everything.
no no! Shodakan was after Babangida, after
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first
yeah,
election.
yeah,
So.
yeah.
Mhm.
So let us see. Just get that right. You can do some a little bit check online. Unwachuku said violence space is live. Make una run, take una seat. It's going to be an amazing space today in Emir Saddam's voice. All right, there's so many comments. I'm tempted to read more, but then a couple of at violence space GOT challenge is also there. So check out, go to the hashtag violence space GOT challenge. All right, let's quickly go to our speakers for today. We start from Mommy Bolanle, after which we go to Illuminator. Please, if you know you want to speak like quite urgently, probably you need to.
Sorry,
Okay.
just I mean, guys. I think the space, the power and fact space. Let me give you guys front burner for you guys to quickly go and secure your seat. Yes, the power and fact space with P2B has been scheduled and is up on the jumbotron. Go and secure your ticket now. Thank you. Well, Ninja, back to
Shazam,
you.
why you do this kind of thing? Why you not? Why? Ah, when me I thought I'm go be first to schedule.
Nah, me I
I know
first
say
you.
before I cough.
I first you. I don't secure.
You see this life. You see this life. Thank God say Twitter, Lord, they say enter the space according to your booking. Voila for day. Anyway, please go and schedule that space because the way this thing they go now, people say before the space go reach, Twitter fit don't close the gates. As Elon Musk guy they read. All right, quick, let's have Mumbolan later. We'll go to the Illuminator, um, Gaboni, Ari, not this one. All right, let's just start from Mumbolan later and we'll go through the order. Please, let's try to do 4 minutes. And
I don't even think I'm going to speak for long today at all. Good evening, everyone from my side. Emma Saddam, Otumba, women in Nigerian. Jimmy, I love that you held us today because I had started having withdrawal symptoms. Um, Greetings, everyone else, all the speakers and the listeners as well. Right. Ministers from hell. Well, I saw the list. I started reading and then I was like, Bolali, maybe you knew that this was going to be the case, right? Despite how bad Nigeria is right now, they didn't think of getting technocrats or people who, even if they were party people, but at least put round pegs in round holes, and not square pegs. And you reward, basically you're rewarding politicians and political jobbers, right? And Nigeria's on life support. So those that said that he will bring together the best minds, eh, from that list, have they seen the best minds? Because it's like it's so stupid, to do something like that, right? Knowing that you're already an illegitimate government, right? And then you decided to carry all your fellow crooks together, all those who are corrupt, those who, when you look at their political footprint, they're criminals. So it's like, I'm not surprised, and no one else should really be surprised, to be honest. No one should be surprised. I don't expect any good to come from Tinubu, and whilst he's trying to hold on, thinking he's putting plans in place for a rerun, there's no rerun. He's gonna be disqualified, right? He's gonna be disqualified. So all of this that he's doing, rewarding people so that they can help him hold down particular regions or states, well, it would be a waste of time. In terms of military coup, I mean, I'm old enough to have witnessed a few. Some while I was in Nigeria, others while I had left, right? And if I compare, people were saying, "Oh, you don't know what the military regime was like." Blah 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 blah. Almost compared to where we are now, some of those regimes that were a walk in the park, right? Yeah, I hated war against indiscipline. I hated Buhari because he had these archaic policies, the same ones that he then decided to use again for the last 8 years. And yeah, there was that. There was a level of brutality that some of us had not witnessed before. Right, but is it any different now? We're not in a military regime. Do we not have rogue um members of the army or the armed forces generally? Do we not have policemen going running amok and just killing civilians? Is it not? Were we in a military regime when young Nigerians were gunned down at Lekki toll gate? I mean, it's like people saying it, right? There's some very people who said they fought against the military. Nadeko was Tinubu not a member? I like you people. It's like if I was to sit down and do an analysis, right, on how life was for us under those regimes. I'm not saying that they were good, but where we are after 24 years of this fourth republic, right? You can then look back and say, oh, well, then the military regime weren't that bad in comparison. Okay, we used to say, oh, they were corrupt. And with the star boy of the star boy of corruption, in terms of military regimes was always Abacha. You want to compare the kind of looting that we've seen in the last 24 years? Really? I mean, it's like it almost looks like Abacha was learning work, compared to what we have now. Are you secure? No. Can you talk anyhow? Is it not somebody that just commented on the wife of the president putting on weight, and they arrested him? Are we not seeing? Is the rule of law, because those are the things that we say we miss when we're in a military regime. So we might as well be under one. But I'm not hoping for that. I'm hoping that the judges will do the sensible thing and give a good judgment, right? Because see that coup in Niger. I was watching some videos and I was like, yeah, judges, justices, you'll be the first people will drag from your houses, right? Your guards. Your guards will be the people that will drag you out of your houses. And like so, a woman was saying in whatever space I was listening to the other day, she said we will block the airport. Yeah. Basically, if you think you're going to jump on private jets and leave the country, it will not happen. Right? So you better, get a clue and give the right judgment. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Bonali. Thank you very much for that. Just to be very clear, some people don't think, oh, people are wishing for military this thing. The first step, the stage we are in now, is eyes on the judiciary. That's the stage we are in like this. And I'm quite.
Well, me in Nigeria. If the judiciary don't give Nigerians back their judgment, I am wishing for a military coup.
Now where they come be that?
Make I not even do this thing. If what nonsense that let us allow a criminal, a drug that be our president. It's better it's better Annie comes with uniform. That also allow Anthony years to criminals. Military, how many people will be stealing brazenly like this? How many criminals will work in the military regime? Highest is the president and his cartel of friends that will be stealing. But this one, everybody, every Tom, Dick, and Harry under democracy is a thief, including Festus Keyamo. And they'll not do it and come to our face and go on the hollow chambers and tell, let the poor breathe.
I see, Saddam, in the military, the thing is that you will be doing your own. They will be doing their own. Nobody except you don't cross. This one, APC, they used to cross the line to come and meet you. Even the small one you are managing. So I just wanted to say that, see, if the judiciary doesn't do the right thing, see, in my head, I'm picturing, say, there's an election in my head. An election is two political parties. The political party is APC and military. I don't vote for military be that. Now they talk so. Say the judiciary does not do that. Me, I don't cast my vote for military for that election be that. So they have my vote.
Nigerians take over the whole streets everywhere, scatter them everywhere, just make military come inside. That's the only thing that will happen. Really crazy.
So it's not. I hope you are learning from Niger. Niger, they learn. And if you have ever been in a school, I don't know about some of you guys in Uniben, where they catch thief, where thief phone, the way they beat them. Now, so I don't imagine the way Nigeria say one Nigeria catch any of these politicians now. Hey God. Anyway, all right, let's quickly go to the illuminator before Gaboni.
Okay. Wow. Nice to be here again. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Well, meaning.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my fellow obedience. Um, I'm spacing from Nigeria. Um, I just want to say a big thank you to first of all to because I'll be acting ungrateful if I don't do this, and I'm doing this on behalf of many people that parallel space, parallel facts, violence space. Someone reached out through well meaning as well towards persons with disabilities. And I want to say that you made a lot of people happy. Um, one or two people were crying, tears of joy because you know what APC have done to people where, a friend of mine who is a visually impaired person is so broke that this is somebody I know. He's so broke that he's already thinking of taking his white skin out there and standing to go and beg. And that money came at the right time for him. So he was crying and was telling me that, oh my gosh, this is a sign that God is still with me, blah blah. So it was very emotional for me, you know. Through violence space, through parallel facts, and one Mr. Kingsley, we received a total of and some anonymous people, which I'm not going to mention their names. We received a total of 310,000. This can only happen with somebody like, when you have a principal like Peter Obi, and that kind of love, empathy that radiates through the obedience movement. I just want to say a big thank you. You have really touched people's lives. For those of you that have given to people even privately, God bless you all. Now, I want to just say that I was listening to radio, this evening around 4 p.m., and that was when me I got to hear the story. Me, I even listened to the audio. In fact, it was a video that I was playing, but obviously I could only listen to the audio because it's radio. And I felt like, I've never felt so hopeless for my country in my life before. Because you see this ministerial list now, Dele Aleke was making mount. He said a good government doesn't need up to 60 days to select ministers. They only selected 28 dying minutes, and they're supposed to select 30 something. Now, how do you expect Nigeria to work? Now, what made me feel hopeless was the way they were laughing at themselves, not Nigerians. You see this set of people, the way they were laughing at themselves. And I've never felt this bad in my life about my country before that. Where are we heading to, say? See them laughing. You are dealing with a government not for the people, but the government, for themselves. It's all about them. It's all about their family. I keep saying it. Then just like Emir Saddam said, they will now come and be using, tribal bigotry. Look at how we are all trekking. Thank God that BLT is even free for someone like myself. How about places that they are not BLT? People are trekking. Okay, that's not even all. A friend of mine too is an older friend of mine, is in his 50s. He has 4 children in King's College. This man was confused. As in, how do you expect that kind of person who is still struggling, a teacher, who is a visually impaired person, to pay 400,000 naira for 4 children? How, for God's sake? No social welfare, no social security number. In countries where are not even as wealthy as Nigeria, there's social security for persons with disabilities. But when you have a government that is all about their selfishness, my turn, me, myself, and I, me and my family. As I wrap up, an example was what's his name? This guy that they don't even reach anywhere. This third aspirant for PDP, Matiku. That's the mindset all of them have, where their children are disturbing them. Daddy, you must get that position. This and that, you must get that position. You must travel to UK. Look at look at when the Lion of Judah was spilling out those things. That is the mindset these people have. Imagine the names. the wicked son of a gun. Kwankwaso, that me, I was even thinking that, but I say this guy gets sense more. Kwankwaso. Anyways, I'll yield the mic here. Let me just stop here.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Illuminator. Thank you very much. And for how judiciously you handle that entire exercise. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly.
Well,
Jimmy, want to say something?
yeah, I beg. One minute. Is working on something in that line. If I got these questions correctly, AC Adeniran, is money forfeited to the federal government the same as fine? No, it is not a fine. It is a tool to deprive the criminal from engaging or enjoying the benefits of his criminal activity. It is not a fine. So we are clear on something. Hello, can you hear me? And yes, I can hear you. Did you get that? No, I didn't. Forfeiture, let me take it again. Forfeiture is not a fine. It is not a fine. Okay. Forfeiture is not a fine. It's not a fine. It's a tool to deprive the criminal from enjoying the benefits of his criminal activities. It's to deprive him, to stop him from enjoying his illegal acquired wealth. Very good. Another person has come outside boldly to tell us Tinubu is a criminal. It cannot get better than this. That man is a criminal. They are trying to change, twist the meaning of forfeiture, but they are still shooting themselves at the foot. You cannot be this stupid. You can't make these things up. Forfeiture is not a fine. It's a tool. It's a tool to stop criminals from enjoying. See, if we not give Tinubu anything, that man is a criminal. He is a criminal. Don't give him anything. He is a criminal. And all the people where they around him don't confirm him. Now legit criminal. Confirm ni ajabale. Criminal. Back to you. Well meaning. Lori Buruku.
Jimmy, I beg, check it. I'm saying the gold. Yeah, back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, let's go quickly to Gaboni, after which, in the spirit of going to a lady, we'll come to, I don't know if Midim is a lady, but I know TK is a lady. We'll go to TK before we come to Harry.
Yeah, thank you, One Minute Nigeria. Jimmy, I don't know if I'm correct, but I don't think forfeiture is supposed to be a tool. It's supposed to be a term. I don't know why that lady that's supposed to be an AFCC person that should be highly, intellectual, should be using a tool in describing forfeiture. But I don't know if I'm correct anyway. But I think it should be a term used and not a tool used. On that, thank you for that. And it is good that we are clear that Tinubu is a criminal. The whole world knows, and it is so sad. It is so sad that the person in Asu Rock, the person occupying the number one position in Nigeria, has this kind of question mark character that not only Nigeria know about, the whole world know about. It is a shame. And well, meaning Nigeria, you were saying something about some people will say you were not around during the military time, and so you don't know how the military was. Well, meaning Nigeria, I was still a teenager during the military time. Believe you me, what we are experiencing now is worse than what was experienced in the military. And for those of you that have not experienced the military before, after 2014, Nigeria said they are tired of Goodluck Jonathan. They want to experience Buhari. People that have not experienced Buhari before say they want to experience Buhari, and they experienced Buhari, and they saw the dividend of Buhari. Those who have experienced military before, and I've seen democracy, and I've seen that it is not heading anywhere. It is not wrong for them to say they want to experience military again. When something they work for you, you go wish for the one where you feel say go work. Okay, so I want to point this out to all the judicial members. That this was my submission. Supposed to be my submission on Tuesday. See, I think we're not supposed to read their handwriting on the wall, dear judiciary. The Times, you have to read the Times. How things be now. this is not how it used to be, because some of you now will think say, okay, I beg you, normally they will just do what you want, because some of you in your mind you will still think and you want to do what you want. You will still see nothing will happen. You will still think that nothing is going to happen, that you're still going to do as you please. Listen, nobody, no politician that has been like Peter Obi have ever contested in this country before. I stand to be corrected. No politician since 1999. In no day, any politician that has the credibility of Peter Obi that has contested before since 1999. In no day. And not has got this kind of followership like Peter Obi before. So if you are thinking in your minds of mind that it is a normal thing, just like you people, because I know in 2019 election, Buhari did not win that election. You police technicalities to judge the case. Probably with our mind, because probably the person that was contesting with him did not have the same court followership like Peter Obi. So probably people did it then. There was no uproar. Nobody took notice. Nobody was concerned. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody cared. So you want to think you can see this is not business as usual. In project management, there's what we call project and business as usual. This is not business as usual. There are some differences between project and business as usual. What we have now is what we as the obedient, the movement we have now is a project. And there are some difference between project and business management and business as usual. Project implements change. Projects are temporary. Projects are cross-functional, meaning there are different people with different ideas, with different talent that come into and make it, just as we have in the obedience movement. Projects are unique and projects are more risky. This is a unique movement. This movement is about to bring a change. So probably now this is not business as usual. Business as usual is something that happen normally, normal thing will happen normally. But this is not business as usual. You have to understand that. This is not business as usual. Believe you me, what is happening now is the worst that can happen to any nation. I bet you what happened in Niger, that prompted this coup is not up to half of what is happening in Nigeria now. It is not up to half. What is happening in Burkina Faso, what happened in other countries like that, it is not up to half with what is happening in Nigeria. Since Buhari took over, people are suffering literally. People are completely down. People are suffering. Now you brought a list of past criminals, of people that we know that are thieves. Some people will call that who is the technical? Tell me one single technical in that list. I don't even give a damn about the list, because I know those are temporary. This is a temporary administration. I don't give a damn. But it all shows and clears all the doubt of all those stupid Abadorians and those stupid people that say we don't need his body, we need his brain. We don't see what the brain bring out now. No, we don't see what the brain bring out. Brain where they say test your mic, they leak the mic. Brain where they say national medicine, they do bang for national anthem. They carry your paw up. That's the brain. No. That is the brain. Dear fellow Nigerians, see, the time is now. The time is now. Judiciary read the times. See, Nigerian youth, this is the time to rise up, because the NYC anthem says, youth obey the clarion call. Let us lift our nation's rights high, under the sun or in the rain, with dedication and selflessness. With dedication and selflessness. This Nigeria is ours, it is not theirs. Those people have 20 years to live. We have 40 and 50 years to live. Nigeria is ours. Nigeria is ours. Youth, obey the clarion call. Lift our nation high, under the sun or in the rain, with dedication and selflessness. Nigeria is ours. Nigeria will serve. Are you the man?
All right. Thank you very much, Gaboni. Gaboni, for people going to teach you I be Gen Z. Voila. Anyway, I think it was where I said it on my experience military. As a matter of fact, I remember the song where they sing for Edo, where Abacha they come Edo. Hey God, we don't suffer for this country. You want some where TV they play? You say now, General Sani Abacha, General Sani Abacha, we welcome you to Edo State. As in, I remember that song from my head. Anyway, thank you very much, Gaboni. TK, let's go to TK. After TK, we'll go to Harry. TK, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm here. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. Um, glad to be back here again. Sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather. If I to do the needful, to do the rightful thing, you, even all of you, I mean, all of, I know say na Peter Obi win this election, and he won free and fair. There is no doubt about that. Like I've been crying, I've been saying, you guys, you all need to do the needful, at least for once in the history of Nigeria. Let the truth prevail. It doesn't matter what kind of threats that that they might be giving. I mean, sending to you right now for you not to judge fairly. Please, for the sake of your children, do the needful thing. Otherwise, ọ̀run yabọ̀ ni o, kò kí ń ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹnì kankan. And I want you all to know that ìṣe tí ẹ jẹ tẹ́ ẹ ṣe jẹ tẹ̀tẹ̀, ẹ lè jẹ dágunró o. Dágunró kò ṣeé jẹ at all. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà yẹn, Peter Obi ó ti di egungun ẹja sí yín lọ́rùn. You just have to do the rightful thing. You have to do the needful. If otherwise, we are ready to take back our country. And this is no joke. It's no threat. If you think you can escape, gone are those days. Right now, everybody is awake. We are no longer sleeping. This is the time for you to redeem your names. This is the time for you to do the needful so that we, the citizen of Nigeria, will forever sing of your praise, will forever mention you for doing good for the first time in the history of Nigeria. Judiciary, you all need to do the needful. You don't have a choice. It's just like you are like one against majority right now. Potowa, if you fail to do what is right, if you fail to do what is needful, I am so sorry for you. Because you will all pay for it. It will be nice for you people to just do the right thing and then you go in peace. And we will be here to protect you. That I can assure you. But if you do the opposite, it is not just you, your children, your great grandchildren, they will all pay for this. And you will not be able to run away from this. I swear to God, you will dearly pay for it if you don't do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TK. That's where I used to put it. Don't be afraid of that can kill the body. But be afraid of that can kill both the body and the soul. And if you know anything, you know that the voice of the people is the voice of God. So it's only God that can kill the body and the soul. So the people too can kill the body and the soul. I mean, even when it doesn't happen, they'll see they condemn you even when you don't dare fire from earth. They'll see they condemn you for earth. You don't dare fire. Anyway, all right, quickly, let's go to Ari, after which we'll come to after Ari. Please, by the speaker section, you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. We'll go to midday. Harry, please go ahead, bro.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know. I'm kind of sad. I'm sad, and because if you go back and you look at Nigeria as a country, body go just dey pain you, man. Like, I don't know how they feel sometimes. I don't know how they relax or get away from all these issues where they go on for the country. But the one where they pain me pass now when people deal with BC, they saw all of these things before it happened, and right now they still dey here. They defend nonsense. Where Sergio Ramos number 4 just see they defend absolute nonsense. When you talk to them, when you try to reason with these people, like Omo, now you dey for this suffer now, like your body they feel they'll be like just they'll start attacking your personality or those kind of talk. But at the end of the day, me, I go self-recline my bed, I go lie down, wake up, next day, we go again. Because Even these ministers with their name show today now, and as they don't talk am, e don't their might just be like their name don't they don't start like play until the judiciary, the people I go talk to next, they do the right thing. Because you get one thing where be say it be like nobody won't talk since, but me I go like talk am this evening. And but might just finish with the ministers first. You know, person just dey wake up, use all the power, rob, enter our most like the dream of every Nigerian child, Aso Rock. Like at the end, if you did there, the way I want to better my country, this one, the other one, person rob the way enter there, everybody they look am, we they play, be like say we just like they use something cover our eye, we dey one kind trance. But I go like tell our judiciary say the best part of it all now when the anarchy or when the chaos go start, because person don't fair promise am, we still dey wait may e take the may e kick off. uh when those things start, my fellow poor man wey mute and dey the struggle, you no go wake up come kill me o. Na rich man him go dey find, because he know say me sef no get. uh na who get pass both of us, na im both of us go plan, go get down. So make una know, una wey be say una no get private jet, because una fit get the money, but most of us na poor people, na all of us still be, as far as you know dey for that political class wey dem for dey run all these things. So that back end, as Saddam go talk, that back end wey dem for dey do all these things, as far as you no dey there, as long as you no dey there, you no count. Na only we wey be this 100 and something million people wey poor like una, because una sef poor, una no know, una sef poor. Una just dey feel say yeah, because una get money buy one or two jeep dey run up and down, dem dey call una my lord, my lord, una get money. Una no worry, when e set na that your gate man go lock you inside house. We go come meet you there where you dey with your boxers. No be even say nobody go give you chance make you ready, nobody go give you chance make you say your last prayer sef. Na in the back in the days na dem dey give people chance make dem say last prayer, you get. So make e dey enter una ears, because we are tired, we are tired. Because if you put another 8 years join my age now, and 8 years my pikin don almost finish primary school, another 8 years. So na this 8 years una wan take play, una wan take, I no know, I no wan even reason wetin una wan use am do, because e no go possible. You know, in the possibility of it happening is zero. Like just the minus, put many minus so you fit, the highest minus so you fit, because e no fit happen say una go play with our future this time around and go scot free. Omo, it's impossible. Because this Niger wey start, so the time wey Arab Spring start in the early 2000s, I no get the exact date, but in the 2000s, yeah, I think so. But I know, I think yeah, in the 2000 and something. Now one country now for start before all other countries come begin pull body. And una know how the story go now. Who no know, make you go check am. Just write Arab Spring for Google, then you go know how e go. I beg, I won't beg my fellow obedient, the ones wey be say, as e be now, e be like say Nigeria don divide into like three parts. The people wey dey craze, all those agbadorians, because the wetin dey happen na craze dem dey craze, no be even say na juju be this one. Because I no know the kind native doctor wey go fit do the kind juju, this kind juju take cover people eye like this. So na craze these people dey, and we wey get sense, abeg make we continue dey get sense dey go. Know when to fight your battle, know the battles you will fight, and know when to stand down, know when to say, omo, this one no concern me. Waka pass, just sit down look like be dog name, as we dey talk am for proverb. You get when you go do sit down look as dog, you get when you go do lion. You understand? Don't be every time they attack without defense, e no clear. Abeg make everybody dey alright. Na good evening.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ari. Thank you very much. All right, quickly. Mide, please hold on. Let me quickly take Abdurrahman. I think Abdurrahman, you get Abdurrahim rather. I think he gets network issue sometimes. Abdurrahim, are you there? Abdurrahim, please go ahead. I think Abdurrahim is having network. Can anybody hear Abdurrahim? Nah. Abdurrahim, I think maybe I don't know if you want to come back again so we can try again. Anyway, Mide, please go ahead. After which we'll go to Zari. Zari, you two don't get network issues since.
All right, thanks for the opportunity. About the ministers from hell, I don't want to give lend any voice to it. It's an illegitimate government, as far as I'm concerned. It was a civilian coup. Nurtured, so well, I'm nobody, and I don't want to lend my voice to the ministers' list. I'll just pass. The African coup thing. I mean, like everyone has said, it's not a good. It shouldn't be a good trend. You know, it's something we should avoid, but something that we are being pushed towards that might happen. It will be a sad day if it happens. It's not a good thing. It sets us back. Democracies evolve. You know, they learn. But then if you have people running democracies like they like it's an autocracy, then you're bound to have this kind of, you know, power takeover. It's inevitable. That's why you have these occurrences happening across West Africa, because we are running democracy like an autocracy, like a monarchy, where everything probably starts and stops with the head, which is, you know, quite bad. It weakens said democracy. I wouldn't wish a military coup, but if it happens, it happens, because at the end of the day, you gotta look at it like, okay, what are the differences between a military regime and the kind of democracy that we do have now? We'll be 50 in a few years and all that. I was around, I was young, quite young, when Shagari was toppled and all that. People were happy, you know. When was it? Buhari was, we were happy. Buhari was not smiling. Babangida left. The only coup that ever happened in Nigeria and people weren't happy was when Shonekan was removed. So the thing is, the military, they read the room, they read the populace, they feel the pulse that, okay, if we go ahead and do this now, what will be the reaction? Will the people accept us? You know, they read the room. So the room is all the ingredients, like someone said earlier, are right. The room is the aroma in the room is all set for something like this to happen in Nigeria. And the judiciary can just come to the aid of this country to put a kibosh to that. Because if they go wrong with it, like trying to pander to the ruling party or upholding the sham of an election and all that, we don't know what will happen. What will happen? Either the populace revolting, either it's the military, either it's some act I don't even know of yet that just kept talking. Some people are silent and just be to do the right thing by the judiciary, to do the right thing. And for me personally, if it's a re-election rerun, I'm not concerned about that. I am specific about the disqualification of Bola Ahmed Tinubu because of all the baggage that he carries. And there are two scenarios that can play out. If he is disqualified, that does a lot for this country. That fast forwards this country like 50 years ahead. It does a lot for this country than whoever rules, because that means political parties now will have to scrutinize anybody that would come to one be president. And that means, by effect, anyone from local government councillor to chairman to governor to whoever you are, you want to walk on the straight and narrow, because you know when it's a time, a ticket for to be president, you might be disqualified. So that's going to go ahead a long way. I'll just make 30 seconds. That'll go a long way to sanitize our democracy. But if they do otherwise, that means you're throwing this democracy to the dogs. So his disqualification is primary. It's sacrosanct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Midi. I think I like the way you put it. I say this every time that the best way to know why Tinubu should be disqualified desperately, like why Nigerians should be desperate about Tinubu's disqualification, even if they want to declare Peter Obi a winner, is that Tinubu's disqualification will mean a lot to the Nigerian political. If they don't disqualify Tinubu, see, we've gone back. As in, I don't know why people don't. It's too dangerous. Thank you very much for that. So I think Abdurrahim, sorry, should try again. Abdurrahim, are you better now?
All right. Yes, I'm better. Good
Yeah,
evening.
okay, go ahead. 4 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I want to speak specifically with the Nigerian coup that just happened yesterday. I think there is one thing the mainstream media is not telling us, and I think they will not. So I would just like to say it here. The mainstream media is not telling us politically what happened in Niger. What happened is that few months back there was a clash between Muhammadu Yusufu, which is a former president of Niger, and Muhammad Bazoum. Now, the specific details of this clash is that Bazoum wants France to hands off from Niger Republic and its resources. However, he didn't come prepared, and France is actively exploiting uranium and gold in Niger Republic. Uranium plays a significant role in France's energy sector, and gold actually plays a huge role in the France gold reserve as well. Um, Mohamed Bazoum has a good track record, and of course, he has the mandate of the people. But there are some little setbacks uh, b- about his emergence of the as the president of Niger, because we have the opposition party that of course we can see in the mainstream in the media today that some politicians are getting attacked and so on and so forth. If you look at it clearly with a very good lens, you would see that there is some motivation there. France is playing an active role here. Of course, we have someone who is a very good darling to the French government, who is a friend of Coup as well, but he doesn't use the army. He perhaps uses a national electoral body in his own country as well as some other countries. Of course, there's that history. So I just want you to look at this perspective. Bazoum wants to also stop using the safer franc and make sure that the Niger government has its own currency and has to bring something new. Basically, Bazoum wants France to hands off, and France is not ready to hands off, and he did not come prepared. There are some protests in different parts of Niger, particularly in Niamey. The supporters of Bazoum are actually actively against the coup plots. If you look at the reasons around the coup, I would say, if you ask me, that these reasons are very silly because when Bazoum, let me just give it a bit, let me just go back a bit. There are some militants that wants to establish an independent state. These people have carved out a part of Niger Republic, Mali, uh, to establish this independent state. They call it Azawad. Bazoum was the Minister of Foreign Affairs that ensured that the Azawad backed off and ensured that they dropped and they dropped their arms actually. They just hands off. And part of their deal, because the Azawadians are part of the larger, the bigger ranks in Azawad are actually the Tuaregs. Of course, my mother is a Tuareg, and Bazoum as well. So if you look at it critically, I would say this coup is now what the mainstream media is saying. Bazoum has clear good intentions, and it's not. And actually, it's good we relate some of these things because in everything that happens in other countries, we Nigeria and the larger African countries, there's something to learn in those things. I think the good thing here to learn is that leaders have to wake up and just do the right thing. Of course, in fact, I don't know if the DSS are here, but something like this might happen in any of the West African countries, and I'm not excluding Nigeria as well, because we are getting to that point where, of course, the military might push back or the people might push back. This is what I have to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Raheem. Thank you. That's why violence space is the home of fact and figure. Thank you very much for that clarity. You know what?
1 minute.
Yeah,
1 minute. Before Raheem goes, are you based in Niger?
I'm currently in Sokoto State.
Oh, okay. But you said something. You said your mom is from Niger, right?
Yes, exactly. My
Okay.
mom is from Nigeria. My sister is currently in Yamai. And
Oh,
the guy to marry my sister worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs directly with Bazoum. So
okay. So for the sake of our listeners, I'm trying to let people understand how you get to know about so much information about what is going on, and yeah, that was a beautiful submission. Thank you. Back to you, 1 minute.
yeah. Thank you very much, Raheem. I mean, what I just wanted to draw out from that related to Nigeria is the fact that, I mean, from what Brian said is, um, of course, one thing you can tell is that both Bazoum and the other guy, Usmani or so, both have almost, I don't know, some level of support. As it's not a case of where one person has outright support more than the other person, like one person is on like 90, the other is on 10, probably on a scale of maybe 55, 45, max 60, 40. And I'm coming somewhere. And, you know, Niger is in, I mean, if there's nothing I know about Niger, at least from what I've heard, Niger doesn't suffer power problem like Nigeria. So on the average, it might not be the best of places in the world, but fairly they also have some things that I'm sure they can use to brag that, oh, I mean, we have this better than our big neighboring country. Why am I saying this is that I need judiciary to know this, that imagine a country where the president still they try. The president they try. Coup happen and he still get like at least some good numbers. Coup happen, people they celebrate. I mean, it's a good, at least on mainstream media, a good part of it. People are celebrating and probably that little thing that every government has here and there. I'm sure a US citizen will tell you, oh, Biden is not doing well in one economic this. Say when other countries they talk, their government is not doing well. It's not in our Nigerian level. Other country, maybe the government is not their own is not just small things, so his government is not doing well. Not the kind of doing well that we have in Nigeria. What all those countries have, if we have it in Nigeria, we'll be celebrating that we have the best of leaders. So I just want the judiciary to know that that's in a place where this person had a good number of people, if not even majority, and probably was doing well. Come back to Nigeria, where you have an illegitimate interim occupant that people do not agree with, that even by INEC declared result, there are far more, over 15 million people that INEC result that is still already altered. Over 15 million people that did not vote in. So just choose wisely, Sha. Just choose wisely. Now, I just bring upon your eye to choose wisely. Anyway, thank you very much, Raheem. I'll just go straight to Zari, after which we'll come to Annette, then Sewen.
All right. Thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian. I hope I'm audible. Am I?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. So Abdurrahman, you brought out quite some point, and I think I would connect with what Otumba was saying when I got to the space. To begin with, let me just take us off. Let me begin with the coup. Let me take us a bit off Niger, and let's go to Chad. You would remember the very last, I think, the last international engagement of Idris Deby of Chad, who was killed, was he came to see Buhari. And if you would remember well, there were certain issues at about that time. That would be March 27th. You will remember well, there was a time about 100 Nigerian soldiers were massacred by ISWAP. For those who do not know, I do not know of any African force that has been very brutal against the advancement of the Islamic State in Africa, like the Chadian forces. As a matter of fact, it is credited that their charisma and all of that is credited to Idris Deby as a person. Now, in the course of that, there was this joint force where it was more of he came into the country, I think, to plead with Nigeria to complement an offensive that he had launched. I don't really know where that came from, but the issue of fuel price, amount of barrel per liter, and all of that. But unfortunately, some will capture it. They would say, Chad puts Boko Haram on the run, Nigeria falters, loses opportunity. I think if you check Humangle, you would see that. Otumba began by trying to see whether there's any connection with the kind of leadership we have to the things that happen in certain African countries. And I love when Abdulrahman came in. Quite frankly, the president of Niger actually wants to emerge somewhat like, I would say, another Paul Kagame, another Mugabe, another Idris Deby, when it comes to an African nation standing on its own and having a certain foresight. When you hear the man speaking, at some point you would wonder why he's even a friend to Buhari or whatsoever. There is something outstanding about him, and definitely with that kind of statement, because I know I watched a video in that regard, I knew very well it will not last well. But you see, the problem we had is like going back to Idris Dabi's case with Nigeria. When he came on from 27th, I need you to get the parallels between what happened around the killing of Idris Dabi with insurgency in Nigeria. I think there was this back and forth. One gallant colonel, Major General Obasanjo, I think Obasanjo Adewale also. I think I'm trying to get his name. I'm not really sure. Yes, Olusegun. Sure, sorry, not Obasanjo. Olusegun Adeniyi. Thank you. There was a video where he came out and was ranting because we lacked military power. It was just around that period. Was it that we didn't have the firepower, or the government was not willing to play ball? If you could remember, he was redeployed in a matter of, would I say minutes or days and all of that. So he was no longer in the war theater. It was around that time. This man, Dabi, came to Nigeria on the 27th, went back and launched an attack, I think 29th or so. Then by 30th, I think that was when he launched the offensive. Then by April, so follow the trend, March, by April, the guy was killed. He wasn't killed in the war front. He was killed by some militia who wanted to overthrow power. But the manner of the killing was just off. They were able to attack and give him a fatal wound, and then they were able to all get arrested. And then it leaves one wondering, if you actually have the power to arrest all of them alive, how did they get to shoot him? How did they get to kill him and all of that? So by April, they killed him. Now, you would understand that between the killing of Shekau, what got Shekau killed was not the Nigerian government, it was ISWAP. Idris Deby made sure they didn't go beyond, because I don't know of any force in the African continent like the Chadian forces that have held the advancement of ISWAP from North Africa down, to Nigeria, because basically the target is Nigeria. Let me just make it straight. They don't have so much business staying in Nigeria and all of that. The advancement was to Niger. If you check, you would realize that the settlers of Gubbio in Maiduguri, sorry, I would round up in a moment. The settlers of Gubbio in Maiduguri complained, I think, after one Maghrib prayer when ISWAP, especially around that time that Olusegun Adeni was moved and Dabi came, and then the negotiations didn't work, started moving down to Nigeria because they had started breaking through. And at some point after he was killed, it was easy for them to come in. The killing of Shekau resulted from the fact that he will not submit to them because he had gained so much power. Now, how does this connect to us? I'm trying to now go back to Otumba's. If you feel free, call it a conspiracy theory or whatsoever, and at the end you can call me a prophet of doom if you so feel. That's fine. But then once the Idris Dabi was out of the way, ISWAP came in. Shekau was taken out, and then from something that was localized somewhere in northeastern Nigeria, they have gone virtually everywhere under the name of bandits, under the name of kidnappers or whatsoever, but it's the Islamic State. An example is the breaking of the Kuje prison. When they released the video, you could hear them shouting Dawlatul Islam, which simply translates to Islamic State and all of that. And they came from Kaduna, according to some of the people that were released or some of the people that were exchanged with the prisoners. Now, how does this relate to ministers from hell? If you would go back, you would realize that Nasser El-Rufai had mentioned certain state, which connects to what Abdurrahman was saying. Niger, Chad, Mali, and some parts of Cameroon. He was talking about some people who want to secede, especially from the part of Niger, that, and all of that. How did El-Rufai trace these people to this region? What was the intelligence he used? Where did he source the money to pay them? How much did he give them? So these were questions that would have been asked, but nobody was asking the question, and you begin to wonder, what kind of government are we facing? And which will lead me to what I'm saying. You might see me as a prophet of doom. I do not really care. But then it just happened. And when you see the unfolding of things in Niger Republic, somebody trying to break away. Now, it's becoming obvious that the version of democracy Africa is given is already, the masses are getting fed up with it. Because basically it's just not, because everybody you see, they say democracy, but what exactly is it doing in Africa? While it gives you the freedom of speech and all of that, but then it makes it easy for certain powers to easily dabble into your affairs, which is basically what the president of Niger found out, and he feels he's democratically elected, just like Dabi. Dabi was not a dictator. He's been in power. He has been winning his elections and all of that, and we know Chad has not been known to rig him back into office. He was quite charismatic with the military and all of that, except for that time he was taken out. Exactly the way it's happening, with the Nigerian president. But then you begin to ask yourself, how does it connect to us? And that's why I'm saying my fear, which is I'll round up now, my major fear primarily is that I just hope we are not the stooges that are being used to destabilize foreign governments. An example is one man comes to see your president so you can have alliance. For crying out loud, between Nigeria and Chad, who should be crying foul that you don't have enough to sponsor a military when the criminality, when the jihadis that are coming are actually heading towards Nigeria? So it's more like Nigeria was pulling out. And at the end of the day, because he still went ahead, because he pulled out from the joint task force and began to launch attack on his own. Once he engaged in that from the 30th of March, he became the target. He was taken out. And then ISWAP just took their walk into Nigeria and nothing happened. And now here is Niger trying to break out, and it's becoming an issue. So our own danger is that if it implodes, it's not just about the military. There are frustrated civilians. There are regions of the country that, if not because they are landlocked, a lot of evil would have been happening. So he may not have mentioned names, but I think the next most dangerous place to look at, basically with regards to destabilization of power, is likely going to be Nigeria. And I sincerely hope that I am wrong. Just thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think I would stop here.
Thank you very much, Zari, for that enlightening talk. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let me take a lot is happening around, and anyway, let's go to Annette, after which we'll go to Senwe. Annette, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Saddam. Well-meaning Jimmy. I stand on the existing protocol. in the house. I want to say something, and that regards the issue of the military and ministers from hell. The only military intervention that this country is likely to witness is a Rawlings intervention, Ghanaian Rawlings intervention, where all these crooked politicians will be wiped out completely from the scene so that our nation can have some relief from them. Because when you think about it, how on earth, even though Tinubu is not a legitimate government, how can Tinubu look at the faces of Nigerians, current economic state of Nigeria, and put Wike, Rufai, the man from Cross River, Omahe, and all those rubbish names in that list? Is he thinking? I'm sure he's not thinking. I'm sure, very sure, he's not thinking. What will they manage? What they have stolen? Is that what we want them to come and manage? What will they manage? What is not there? Please. All we are asking the judiciary to do is to save us from a Rawlings experience. If not, this nation will witness a Rawlings experience. The military will not take over Nigeria to rule because there's nothing to share. Military governments don't generate money, don't generate employment, don't generate growth in a nation. So the only thing they can come to do if the judiciary fails, we have told them we are ready to forgive all their sins. If they fail, the next option left to Nigeria is a Rawlings experience. And then we will take back our nation. They don't know how frustrated Nigerians are. I just returned from Owerri. At the airport, there was no light. Everything was manually done. I said, why are we doing this to ourselves? Somebody has stolen the money. This nation is already messed up. For God's sake, let us not talk about military. Military intervention has never helped anybody. But the only military intervention this country will witness and accept is a Rawlings treatment, whereby none of them will walk out free. I can bet them the first place we are blocking is the airports and the airstripes. Nobody leaves Nigeria. We will all die here. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. Ma, sorry. Just to, I mean, were you on the space the other day and told us your age?
Yes, I'm 67.
I remember. All right. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, Sha. Mama, senior Justice Amani and senior all of them, Sha. Senior Justice Amani with like 3 years. Senior Justice Ada with like, if you know this 5, 7. It's crazy.
You
Thank
see,
you very
well
much, Ma.
meaning, I've seen all the military regimes. I've seen all of them. Justice Akisaya, who said Shoneko is an illegitimate government, this thing was just a friend, a close friend of mine. So there's nothing in the military. Nigeria, we don't need the military, but we need them for a Rawlings experience. All of them. Look, I will never rest if Yakubu Mahmoud or whatever he's called and Festus Okoye are not in jail. I will not rest. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. All right, quickly. Okay, let's just go. Okay, I think Sarah has been dropped. But okay, quickly, let's go to Tormentor. Tormentor. Then after which you come to under instructor. I know you were here earlier, but you dropped. So Tormentor, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. This is my first time speaking on this space. I've always been a regular listener. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll go directly to the topic, the military takeover. I hear some people praying for military takeover. I will never pray for that, even being inside the system. I know the military is the source of Nigeria's problem when it comes to the aspect of corruption. If we are able to solve corruption in the military, Nigeria will be, as in 80% of corruption in Nigeria will be solved. I know what I'm saying. I made a comment on Truth's post sometime last month or early this month, and I had so many engagements on that tweet, up to the extent of some other people reaching to me to take down, to delete it. I'm not supposed to talk, but that is just it. We don't pray for military takeover. Because if the military comes in, they will even spoil things the more. Those of us that are in the system, we know what we are passing through. If I should tell you a serving soldier that has served for years has never seen a pay slip before, does not know how much he's supposed to earn legitimately from this government, you won't believe. So saying the military, when they come, I don't I don't really know how to explain it, but I won't go for that. I know so many people outside the obedience are listening to this space. So I will not go far. I will just say I don't pray for it. I will never pray for such. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this space.
All right, thank you, Tormentor. I think your first prayer point should be that the judiciary should do the right thing.
Yes, yes.
Because if they don't, if the option comes to military and police, OT law, military and APC, OT law, we will just, and you said if they come, they spoil everything. If the judiciary does not do the right thing, it's someone that will spoil everything me I'm looking for now. That's what we are looking for. Someone that will just come and spoil everything. Let's all just know that nobody's benefiting. Because this one now that some people are benefiting, some are not benefiting, and those that are benefiting have not choking and decide those that are not the pocket of those that are not benefiting. That's the problem. So I think the main prayer point is not that the military should know. The first prayer point is that judiciary should do the right thing. Because if they don't do the right thing, the prayer point will now be a spoiler. A spoiler should come and spoil the spoiler. I say, my father, we need a spoiler to come and spoil the spoiler. So if not, make everything just spoil. So I think because we need to pass this message very clearly, so that people don't get it mixed up somewhere and say, okay, if the judiciary not do the right thing, and we can try to manage APC. I don't know how they want to do it. I know they manage nada at all. I mean, I'm just one man. Me, I will just talk my own way.
Breaking news. Medical doctors are now on strike. Medical doctors are now on strike under democracy. The only place you can access, like say the hospital they work before, but they are now on strike.
So now you don't see the one that Northern Petroleum Marketers want to go on strike too. Say that they owe them subsidy money.
Oh, God.
Say it better say. I think the most annoying part is, say if Oyibo they do you slavery, and if black man they do you slavery, now the black man they pay pass. It's almost like racism too. So even to the investment, if military they maltreat Nigerians, I understand. Okay, now military, but say blood is a criminal civilian, as in not even just another civil, a civilian that is a criminal. We just stick with at least we choose. I even want to choose devil, we still choose better devil.
At this other military, you know, say the corruption, will not be widespread. It will be contained. It will be contained.
Few people go chop am.
Now few people
Very
go chop am. Now few people go chop am. Make all of us dey suffer. If na attempt, not this one we say we just come gather politicians and governors. We have the right to steal the money of local governments, to councillors, ministers. Like, on how on earth we are FFK? How on earth will we have a Festus Keyamo coming out to brag and tell Nigerians? Festus has not won any case before. He has houses in Texas, across the world. How? A freaking bloody civilian. So it's crazy what has happened under democracy. These guys have stolen this nation brazenly, and it's unfortunate. Why I say this, I understand many of our military men are passing through what they're passing through right now. They understand the corruption also in the military. It's not as if the military is not corrupt. The military is also corrupt, but the corruption in the military is up. Is
It's
up
the
there.
top brass. It's the
The top brass
few.
corruption.
Is your chief of all those your chief of army staff and all those ones that are robbing students and politicians. Yeah.
Thank you, and God bless you. And it's politicians that are also corrupting them. It's the politicians that are corrupting them that will steal the billions and give them the money. Give a Buratai money for procurement. You go steal everything. Politicians will tell no wahala. But when you have those check and balance in the military where everybody eye the red, if you do your own on that set of small boys, you do cook, pursue one for there. You go not say we will get sense. All this bullshit we're here doing democracy. Every 4 years, same set of criminals recycle themselves. Imagine who was El-Rufai. All through his life is government patronage. From 1990 to today.
Someone should fact check me. Please. At no time under military regime did we become the poverty capital of the world. Someone should fact check me.
Never.
Please,
Even under Abacha.
Yeah, someone should fact check me. I mean, see, Nigeria suffered under military rule. We did. But at no point were we ever called the poverty capital of the world. At no other point. See, they say we are 200 million Nigerians, and you have 133 million in poverty. That's my math. That's over 60, close to 70% of the population. At no point, I don't think 60% of 60% of our population was in extreme multidimensional poverty. So yeah, well, you see, me personally, we're not calling for it, but we're saying, we don't see the difference. It's actually worse. Like, what is there to lose? We're in a failed state. Like, there's insecurity. We have more people getting killed in Nigeria than those dying in the Ukraine war. So what's the difference between us and Sudan? Technically, I mean, what is
23 years of democracy? The 23 years, what Babangida did in 8 years, it has done 23 years of democracy.
Saddam, do you get
infrastructures?
The only infrastructures you have in Nigeria are the ones that it's
the ones military built.
Guy,
it's crazy.
Lagos Ibadan Expressway was constructed under military regime. We have no civilian government has been able to successfully rehabilitate that entire road. I'm not saying reconstruct it, or rehabilitate it. The largest power station that we have.
Kayanti Dam.
No. The NEPA, the thermal power gas that those one.
Even Kayanti Dam, I'm to build them now.
Yes. So what have they given us? What have they given us?
10 million military. Name it. Abuja did an beautiful. Now military do them. Lagos are military. Which kind of nonsense Democrats and waiting these Democrats don't do for us? What have they done for Nigerians? All our federal institutions, the greatest ones under military. What has democracy done for Nigerians? That enable riffraffs, criminals, and turn them on their streets and create a more division in the country. What has democracy done for Nigerians? So the last chance that Nigerians are shouting, give us back our mandate. With all there is, just give Nigerians back our mandate. Let us test this democracy for once. And let it work for the people. For once. Let the judiciary fuck up and find out. Whatever they say, they will carry. Nigeria, back to you.
Yeah. For me, it's just, the options are very clear. It's very clear. It's just stages. The judiciary, if they do the right thing, we can start moving forward. They do the wrong thing. The first option will be really for the people to take back their country. If the people can say, the stuff I never tire, and only complain, will not. Like, I think it was Harry that said it just now, and I think Raheem also said it. Everything, funny enough, I just say, everything that constitutes what can lead to a military coup, we have it in Nigeria. If I like say we want our military, they fear God. Now why they never even get coup till now? They fear God. Everything that can lead to a military coup is already
They know
constituted
they
in
fear
Nigeria.
God. The people, the top people up there they have carried money and
They've
closed
been
their
up.
eyes.
Exactly,
Yes,
They
exactly.
don't blow out their eyes with money.
yeah,
Politicians, like that politicians, bastards.
that's what it is exactly. But I mean, guys, quick question. I beg, Niger Republic, they are practicing democracy now, Abi.
Yeah, before this guy, they were
Be-
practicing
So
democracy.
so good. That's a very, you see, after that guy spoke, that Abdul Rahim guy, after he spoke, some things were now coming into perspective. You know, when that coup was beginning, was it yesterday? You know, the French government sent down commandos to Niger Republic. It's in the news. I'm not sure why they're sending down commandos to a democratic country. So if you now listen to what this guy said now, and that's the reason why I asked if he has any affiliation with the Niger Republic. And from what he said, you can tell that the information is coming down from people at the grassroots level that actually knows what exactly is going on. The French government are trying to protect their business in Niger because there's no reason why you'll be sending down commandos to a democratic country. And
Well,
that's the
Jimmy, it's twofold also. They also want to get out their diplomats and all that. It's businesses diplomats, so they have business interests. It's like
exactly.
when yeah when like if trouble go like now even I'm sure I don't know if we have embassies in the US has embassies. The Marines will have figured out a way to okay get that because they don't. The thing is the problem is they don't know how much scale what level of violence or scale of violence is going to whether the outgoing president has loyal forces that like similar thing in Sudan, where South Sudan, where maybe the president is sacked has some loyal people, has
Yeah,
his own
but
militia.
France is not the only person that. France is not the only country that has embassy there now. Other countries didn't even. I mean, commandos for crying out loud. I mean,
Bro, nobody said nobody chop Africa past France. Apart from the British, nobody chop Africa past France.
exactly my.
Nobody chop Africa.
That is with the natural resources those that country has.
Ah, now
That
France.
is
So France
that,
doesn't.
so we
The
should be
French economy is nothing now. What do the French produce? The French the French is one of the Italy unfortunately for Italy has no African country can really milk off.
true.
The French
True.
what's the French depending on? Yeah, so it's African countries, man. So
But I mean, then again, it calls for a sort of concern to we Nigerians because we have the Chinese what's it called in our waters for crying out loud. In the democrat, it's not war. So why do you have your what's the name of this their ship, Seth? Is the
Jimmy, you're speaking like an American now. You forgot that American everywhere too.
but then again, they're not doing it in our faces. They are probably all they operate underwater and all these their submarines and all that. But I mean, for China to come in anyway, let me not overthink this thing. But this is just my thoughts from what this guy just from his submission. And it hit me. A news came out a couple of hours ago about them shutting down, and the Niger soldiers had to go and face them at the airport, and that was how they blocked them from coming in. And that's one of the reasons why they shut down their airspace. They shut it down, nothing is coming in, and that's after they sent a message to Tinubu not to even bother, not to even interfere. But anyway, the long story cut in short is that judicial system should fuck around and find out. Okay, this is to let you guys know that the people are not having it anymore. Enough is enough. And for us to be talking about a military takeover here, it's not a good thing. But to let you know that people are now so tired of the status quo that, hold on, even if these guys come, if they chop, then go still spend the money for Africa here, for Nigeria here. It's bad that we are even considering a military takeover. It is that bad. So you guys should just fuck around and find out what is going to happen.
I think all
People
this
are tired.
interesting. We're not calling for
We're
that.
not
No,
calling, no,
we're
no,
not.
don't
We're
get
not.
me wrong.
No, yeah,
We're saying we're
we're not. No,
comparing.
that's we're
Nobody's calling
comparing.
for
I
military.
just
We're
If
comparing.
if you told
Otuba,
me
Otuba and
if you
Saddam, I
said
don't know.
this in
I understand.
if you mention the word military to me in 2011, 2013, I'll look at you like you're crazy. Now,
There
if
you
you
go.
mention it to me now, I'll be like, okay, whatever, like So
Exactly my
there's a level of difference. I'm like, oh, are you crazy?
As
exactly
Now
in,
it's
my
as
like,
in
oh
you,
shit.
you are now open to it. Like it's
Sure, you understand. They've made the country
I
so
don't
poor.
want it. I don't
you
want
are
it.
indifferent,
I
more
do
like
not.
as in
I do not want it. I don't think we need to step back into that
Otumba,
box.
as at the beginning of when the trial started, people were even saying, no, we'll never have a military. But for people to actually be entertaining the conversation, that's to let
See,
the system
then
know that this.
it's deeper than that. Let me explain why. See, other countries, typically in the developed advanced countries where military has no business in internal domestic affairs. See, the military's job is to protect the country from forces outside. In the US, for example, the United States military, maybe the most of this, maybe there's a flood or you're a hurricane, they might volunteer. You have national guards, which are under governors, that is more like a military arm for governors. It's usually your law enforcement. So, like for election matters, for example, it's not the military you pull out. You might see guys in America, you might see people in military uniform, but they're national guards. They're more like they are troops that stay within the country. They're not necessarily your regular army, your air force and navy, man. They're outside. See, they have almost have less rights outside their barracks than normal civilians. The way the rules which they live in the country, so they have restriction on how many where they can travel to. They're living in like so much restrictions in Nigeria. If you think about it, when we have to rely on the military for so much, to where in an election period, the so-called what Buhari was trying to do for us, our own security, our own normal law enforcement could not even handle election matters. That we have to bring in the army, which already shows you that's a red flag. Any country that has the moment any country has to invite, apart from fighting terrorism is a different ballgame. The moment you have to rely on your military to settle internal disputes, that's a red flag. That country is at that point in a failed state. Because every time election, bring the military, bring the navy. Who are we calling an election day? It's the army. The army. You don't call the army for election in local small election matters. When our law enforcement agencies from the DSS down to the civil service defense a whole bunch of corrupt, incompetent buffoons. So yeah, we've always depended on the military for so many things that we're not supposed to depend on them. Their job is to safeguard the borders, safeguard us from external threats. And then internal threats, if you have something like Boko Haram or something popping up, yeah, but not there's a crisis in Lagos, you call the military. No, you call the police, you call your other arms of government to do that. No, but Nigeria is an upside down country anyway, so everything is blue is white, black is blue, whatever you call it. So, but that's what we're saying. At this point, man, what's the difference? Like, is there you can't I'm being serious. I can debate anybody on this. Let's pull out economic numbers, let's pull out infrastructure, let's pull out tangible things that benefited Nigerians that we've gotten for the past 23 is it how many years of our democracy. So well, now we're not calling for it. So disclaimer, parallel facts, honestly, we're not calling for coup. But man, dude, it must happen. Fine, shit, who cares? Who gives a fuck? Nigeria, we're already in a failed state already. Thank you.
all right. Thank you very thank you very much, Otuba. All right, quickly let's just go to our speakers. Okay, we're supposed to take under his structure. Then we'll come to Chris. Okay, Seven is back. All right, under the structure, Seven, then Chris. Jerry, I can see you. Rhoda, I can see you. Under the structure, please go ahead. 4 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Saddam, well-meaning Jamie, Otumba, Chris. I see you all. It's nice to be in the house, especially for a critical topic like this, and on a day that a lot is already happening around us. When I when I saw the topic, ministers from here, I'm like, okay, Saddam, what else do you want us to say? You've already told us where they are coming from. The topic says it all. When you really look at what is going on and what is happening, it's so disheartening at this point to see that every day things go from worse to worse. Every day you wake up hoping, just hoping that there might just be one thing coming out of this dispensation, out of these people, these structures of criminality that has occupied Aso Rock. And each day I wake up, I get disappointed. Each day I wake up to it, I get disappointed. And so, like someone said earlier, the person that is appointing the ministers is an illegitimate person. So whatever and whoever he appoints remains illegitimate. And you it's like Nigerians, we have gotten to the point where somehow we are trying to see if a spring water, maybe a cup of a spring water will come out of a mud water. It's not going to happen. There is nothing good about these people. There is nothing good about this present government, and nothing good will ever come out from them. I'm going to leave that out there. Talking about the African coup, I just want to send a message to the judiciary. I know some people that they have their close allies are always on this space, listening and taking words back to them. Please, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Anda is the structure, and I am that structure that is standing tall for obedience. I am that structure that lends her voice for the obedient movement and the obedient form. And I'm that structure that believes in the obedient movement, vision, and mission. And I am that structure that will give everything that I have to make sure that these structures of criminality in Nigeria is pulled down. I'm going to leave it at that. Judiciary. There is one saying that when something starts happening around you and circling and is coming so very close to you, it means that that thing can just be with you. Coup is circling around Africa. It's coming, and it's getting very close to Nigerians. You, the judiciary, are the only one who has the power and the capacity to save Nigeria from being the next in line. I repeat, judiciary, you are the only ones who have the power and the capacity to save Nigeria from being the next in line. Choose you this day who you want to serve. Do you want to serve Nigerians or you want to serve Abadorians? Remember, whichever one you serve, there is always a consequence. To every reaction, there is an equal and opposite. To every action, rather, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Newton's law. And that law still stands. I want to say something about us. Yeah, I'm running up with this well-meaning. About us talking about military regime. Like Otumba said, I'm spacing from the United States, and I am opportune to work in a facility with some military personnel. I lived here 5 years, never saw any naval officer or Air Force officer or group of military people walking on the streets or doing something. Maybe I happened to see one person in the bank. One day I'm like, where is the military? I started Googling only for me to find out that there is a military Air Force office 10 minutes away from where I live. And I'm like, are you serious? I had to go in there because I just wanted to see them. And I'm like, okay, I just want to see what is going on. How can somebody join? But that wasn't really my mission. I just wanted to see them. I'm like, is this for real? Can you imagine if it's in Nigeria? They will even be at my backyard trying to figure out what is going on. The only reason we are having this conversation today is because the Nigerian judiciary has sold their conscience. It's like there is no longer law working in Nigeria. If they have done the rightful thing at this time, or people have hope and confidence that they are going to do exactly what they are supposed to do, we won't be having this this conversation, and I will end with this. My husband usually uses this idiom or adage that you cannot compare sleep with death. Military regime to Nigeria at this point looks like sleep. Abadorian regime is death, and there is no way anybody would choose death over sleep. And I
Yep.
yield my mic.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that parable suits properly. That parable enter. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let's go to Samuel, then we'll go to Chris, then Rhoda. After which, we'll go to Jerry.
Good evening, everybody. I hope I'm audible. Mia Saddam, Otumba, well-meaning Jimmy, beautiful submissions I've heard so far. I joined this space a little behind my normal schedule, but I heard what has been going on. And I would say this. I don't care about the ministers. They are all going to be kicked out like the usurper who is sitting currently on that seat. So I don't care about them. Nothing they do, all the people they have put in whatever position will be kicked out. So away with that. The African coup. I think I need to remind the so-called usurper and his people that it has never been the high-ranking officers that cooled the nation, really, when you check it. It has always been the downtrodden junior officers who were tired of the mess happening in the army. And they are tired. I've seen so much nonsense, the carnage within the army because of the corrupt higher ups. It's nonsensical. We have heard too many stories. We have seen too many tales of how they self-destruct. And it's always the higher ups. The younger officers can quench the insurgency in this land in a jiffy, but they're always waiting for the order from above. I think when the people are tired of those orders from above, they will shake off the weight under which they have suffered for years. So please, think, it can never happen. When it happens, it's going to be under our eyes and our nose. We pray it doesn't. But it's an option when the person says it's not going to leave our necks. They lied to us several years, made us feel that, we are the better option. These people wanted to kill us. The military were all bad. But with what we have seen, we know definitely they had something coming. That's why they had to be put where they were, in exile. The judiciary is on trial because the judiciary has consistently acted like a partisan arm of government. I had to ask a group of younger ones, please remind me of SS1 government. What is separation of powers? And the truth is, we don't have anything that seems like separation of powers in this country. Everyone now is trying to please the boy up there by wearing a cap that has the infinity sign. That's not what we signed up for. I remember we were talking and people were saying, we want a government that will be holistic and will obey or will work with Peter Obi. But it wasn't a rubber stamp government we were looking for. This is a rubber stamp cult that we cannot have. So judiciary, please do what is right. Sack this man because the evidences are before you, not because we say so. Do what is right for once. Save our democracy. We deserve a country that works. Thank you and God bless.
All right, thank you very much, Samuel. And still on, news reaching us from, the judiciary trial. So we are going to be being the adoption of the written addresses will be on Tuesday, first. I think it was first I predicted. On Tuesday first, so I think we're going to be in court again on Tuesday first, really for adoption of written addresses. So and after that is judgment. Appointed unto a man wants to die. After which judgment. All right, let's quickly go to all right, Chris, Rhoda, Jerry. Chris, please go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. Hello, everyone. I greet all of you now for space. Man, where person want even start, Seth? For me, like I tweeted days ago, violence now my like full supplement for me, And I would advise that, you take your supplement very seriously. 2 for morning, 2 for night. Because I think they come, you're just gonna need your strength, man. So take your violence supplements well. Be ready, guys. Like I've always said, right? We're at a T junction in our history, if you like, with the judiciary behind the wheels, Either way, left or right, the impact, it's gonna be seismic. Take us right for a countrywide jubilation, something that would shake the world and tip the mountains, plains, and oceans over. I'll carry us go left, and then go see revolution proper. So, guys, when are just ready, take your violence supplement as prescribed by the violence doctors. So, no go collect supplements from Abado doctors. Now, you know. For the ministerial list, me, I don't go waste time there because, was anyone surprised? What are you expecting? Technocrats and sound minds, my food. You cannot give what you don't have. Chop food. You say you want to go mess in competition. What you want mess? How? And the same mentality. I hear today they talk say Tinubu one he tweet say Coup no go. I be waiting even talk self. You will use Dagbo to enter school. You go on top mountain, go they shout say, Dagbo is not allowed. Yeah, you they mad. They crazy. And lastly, yesterday I was on the space with you, well-meaning. In fact, I was requesting for the mic, right? Mic didn't come to me. Your blind say the best way they host that space, say I get bad mouth. Cause already, I be one bad mouth them for that space yesterday. EFCC now they tell us now waiting for future me. And I heard earlier today, I think on one other space that NDLEA even host space, some days ago. We don't know whether not 25% those ones go there explain, And the earlier don't do space. EFCC can't do space. Very soon NEPA will come, NTA will come, VIO, Federal Road Safety, all of them, Civil Defense, even Loma go come there split with that. Nah, I bet 1 minute carry your mic before I lick your mic. Man, no go lick your mic. Carry your mic.
Chris, what do you mean by what you talk? Say, if you don't have it in you, you don't have it.
Guy, see, video so today, they make person the vest. See, I go just sit down for work, sit down for house. Person just the vest. Now, which kind of vest be that one? See, me, I don't subscribe for military coup. I've never seen one in my life. I was quite young when I know not as a patriot. I know it was a coup, right? I don't even know. I just know the time where he died. My mama just show come school. Wait till they have to come. My school not far from my house. I don't even understand what happened. I just people just this just they happy. You understand? It got to a point in my house we stopped using gas to cook. I just noticed my mom, because of the kerosene they use, my dad no gree. You have to cook outside, like outside the compound. So if rain dey fall, they're hungry, gas wait. I'll give you biscuit, give you cornflakes for newspaper, gas wait. Because my mom even was doing something sawdust inside one big container. Imagine because of that thing, my dad no gree.
They cook well.
So make if cool. I never seen am before. I want see how it be. I want see as it be. No, 1 minute, carry your mic, man. No go lick am as I talk.
That's your own opinion.
Oh, truth. I mean, jokes apart, APC is not. To be honest, I don't think we can't. Nigerians can't do. See, if Nigeria
breaking news.
Saddam, give us.
Breaking news. Wiki rejects the presidential this thing. Breaking news. What are here?
I will not. Only one person can be a minister from a state. I will not be a minister. I will not.
Okay.
I will not.
Okay.
I'm not a liability. Because said only one person can be a minister from a state. I will not be a minister. I will not.
Okay.
I will not.
Okay. Go on, sir. You're not here.
I'm not a liability.
Okay.
Because said
Wait, Sada, that's an old video now, but
Video is video. Video is
now
video.
because of people where they listen, because many people feel carry out say, nah, you know,
I just to show
hey,
you how shameless the man be. How shameless. A shameless liability. We lot.
wicked, oh, wicked, unfortunate, very unfortunate. All
See,
right, quickly,
wait a
let's
minute.
go. Yeah,
If
okay.
if EFCC did this space they hear, if DSS did this space they hear, made them they hear. Anytime they open any of their useless spaces, I will go there. I will request for mic. And if they give me mic, I shake me for you because you can't keep coming on spaces and gaslighting people talking nonsense. People are giving you you're coming on spaces to change the narratives, you know, changing people's point of view, redefining your own whatever it is you want to redefine. It's not going to happen like you used to come up and just hold casual space. EFCC too common space, they argue 25%. Some people too open space, they talk nonsense. I beg, if they don't open, may not tag me or let me know. I go come cost now because Orienti Buru, the right thing for you to be doing at the right time. When people come on your spaces, when they ask you reasonable questions, it's either you mute them or your space mysteriously just crash. It crashes when people ask you reasonable questions. EFCC now they arrest anybody. Why not go never arrest Tinubu? They don't talk say he forfeits money for US. He's a drug lord, a criminal. Una no carry and no arrest him. You're just arresting young boys trying to find their ways of living in Nigeria. The ones where they steal the whole nation post dry. Now no arrest them. Very hypocritical set of people. They will come on spaces talking nonsense. Back to you, Jerry. 1 minute.
I'm not competitive to look for VPs to anybody. Please discard that. I'm not looking for vice president. What I'm looking for is president. I don't want VP. Because some of you may be believing that Aisha doesn't want to look. Look at me. Who will win me in the election that look?
Okay.
Oh, Nigerian politicians. Hey, God have mercy. You're person Papa Bilizo. Somebody's father. Somebody's father. Ha! Let Nigeria continue.
Wicked be that too. Wicked before the election, they buga for everywhere. They carry band. Shey you go carry band go ministry. Make ministry play. I see call staff meeting like this. The ministry, the band go shout, a biggie man. Now wicked be this. How are the mind keep falling? Rhoda, please go ahead. 4 minutes.
Good evening, well meaning Saddam, Otumba, Jimmy, Chris, Nageswa, Yamuki. Man, this topic today, I've always been at the background listening, but to this one like this, I was like, let me just lend a voice too. And specifically to the judiciary. Wallahi, these people, they no go see God and then go die self before their time go reach. You know, it's funny how you see elderly and matured people seeing the truth and then turning it upside down. Just like that, because of their own personal greed, like what they stand to benefit, regardless of what millions of Nigeria will go through. Will they walk through? We are waiting. You know, we've seen it all as a people, the good, the bad, and the ugly. This audio one I just play of Wiki, I just dey laugh. This is to tell you how wicked these people are. Today they are one thing, tomorrow they are another thing, and they still want us to hold them responsible for everything that is happening. Gaskia, enough is enough. Me, I'm just waiting, to see the end of this court case. If it turns out to be the other way, and we don't do anything as well-meaning Nigerians, me, I will just give up on this country. We'll just wait for them to kill us. The country is in a state of chaos. One trouble, one problem from like every day you wake up with something new. We've not had electricity for like 3 months since April. And the entire, like in Jos, almost every community is having the same problem. Oil theft, that they are stealing transformer oil. Who are the people stealing it? Who are they selling it to? This is the kind of government we're living in. They will come to your area to kidnap. You will call on the security, they will tell you they don't have fuel. And then this government is still watching, like nobody is doing anything. Abeg, if na EndSARS part 2 wan start, let it just start. Me, I feel we can, with time you'll be losing a lot of us on these Twitter spaces because some of us can no longer afford it. We cannot, there's not even electricity for us to have our phones charged. Irresponsible governments. Look at Dr. Betta during the campaign period with all the jargons that Tinubu will be saying. She was always there with her broom, hailing him, helping him to correct the nonsense he's saying. And today she's making it on the list. So these are same people that will keep covering the wrongdoings of Tinubu, and they want us to just follow them. I was telling someone that, are we being punished for something we know nothing about? Because to me it's like punishment. This government is punished. We've been under punishment since Buhari's regime up till this very minute. For how long? Who do we cry to? What have we really done wrong? We came out, we did all we could, we campaigned, we voted. And just like that, they want to turn it upside down. No, we're watching. Military coup or whatever it is, I don't even believe in them because they are the same people. All I want is let the right thing be done. Judiciary, una go mad, all of una family, if you don't stand for the truth. You are the only hope we have. Our eyes are on you. Give us back our mandate. May we just dey go jejeje. That is all we want. So well done, everyone. I
Yep.
salute you all. Keep doing what you're doing. We're all here. We know they go anywhere. I
All
yield.
right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rhoda. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's
When
go
Nigeria,
to
I'm seeing
yeah.
videos from Nigeria. If you see what the Nigerians are doing to politicians, if you see how they beat them like thieves, they stone them.
Adesiana. There's
Bro,
one woman just now that I saw. You go just cut.
I don't know, say stone.
It just dey remind me of APC woman leader wey they nominate now. The minister. That better edge wey Madam Rhoda just talk about now. Very unfortunate people. Anyway, all right, quickly, let's go to Jerry, after which we'll come to Onyinye Olawaski, God's will. Jerry, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good day. Whatever time you're, where you are speaking from. Greetings to everybody. Salam, at the greets, my brothers. Tumba, Jimmy, well-meaning, everybody on the speaker section and every listener. Thank you for your time and for your dedication, commitments to this mandate that will be returned to us. And again, I want to commend those who have been keeping updates up to date with all the judiciary proceedings and be publishing all the outcomes on a daily basis. So again, thank you to those who have been doing that. So my own, just very quickly talk about the military situation. Going by the election results, PO won all the military installations in the country, and even as Weminin said in his opening remarks, the Asorok as well. All the polling units within Asorok and all the military installations. So that's a statement. For me, that statement is a strong statement because it goes to show that the Nigerian military, then Sabi who then wants to make him be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So they want to give him their mandate. Now, I'm going based on PO's manifesto, and in his manifesto for the military, I specifically pulled out all the stuff on his on the military, and what he said was that we will harmonize the wages of the public servants so that public servants are not ranked or earning higher than civil servants. So basically saying that public servants will not be earning higher than civil servants and the military as well. So military then going to earn money. We will rebuild Nigeria's military power, reorganize its security architecture, and enhance its technological prowess to improve security at home and Nigeria's diplomatic influence in sub-regional, regional, and global affairs. So that's to rebuild Nigeria's military power, and also deploy state-of-the-art military technology to fight terrorists, bandits, and insurgents and kidnappers. Deploy state-of-the-art military. So we have 3 points here. Deploying state-of-the-art military, you have rebuilding military power, and then you also have the financial reward. So the military have everything to gain under a P2B government. They knew that, they voted for him. So all I want to say is that the military, people say yes, the judiciary is the last hope of the last hope of the common man. That's the right word, is the last hope of the common man. But I go further to say that the military is the last hope of the common man, because at the end of the day, if Kasara burst or if there's any kind of chaos or anarchy, which is brewing, we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. That's guaranteed. Something is happening, things are happening around us in Niger Republic and everywhere. The writing is on the wall. We are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. If anything happens, which is it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. This is to the judiciary. If you turn this down, the question is, when it happens, now the military are the last bus stop for the common man. What I say to the military today is this: stand with the people. If you are commanded to turn your guns onto the people, don't do it. Do not do it. We are fighting for you. We are fighting for a better country. People who are protesting to return these mandates are fighting to install the president, the rightfully elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who will do these things, these points I just mentioned, to increase your salaries, to give you state-of-the-art technology, and to boost your ranking in terms of performance and abilities. So this is just a message to the military. Whatever happens, the people are fighting on your behalf. And if for any reason the military decides to take power, it's a bit like it depends on who the military officer will be. You know, you have people like the Jerry Rawlings era, for instance. He had the first military coup in Ghana, and he willingly wanted to relinquish power back to civilians. Which then happened, and then the civilian governments became very corrupt. So he went back again. So he had the second coup where he took power again by force. So some military officials may want to take power. If a coup comes, we will be debating this. And I think for me, I think where we are now, it's not really a place that you can really fight against the coup if it happens, because what do you have to lose when you have nothing anyway of a country? None of us have a country really. So what do you have to lose if the military take over? But if the military that takes over is of goodwill, we have a chance, because they may want to reinstall good democracy. So they may want to install democracy back to what it should have been, not back to what they gave it to us in 1999. But this time they want to give it to us to reflect the voice of the people. So you never know, depending on who takes the power. So let's see how things pan out. But what I want to say is just specifically to the military: whatever happens to the people, in any event, do not turn your guns onto the people of Nigeria. So on this note, I'm going to yield my mic. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you. I like the perspective you brought into it from Peter Obi's manifesto. I mean, that just tells you why. Saddam and a couple of us have said earlier on this piece. There's a difference between those people up there in the military and the people down there, and those people down there do all the work and get nothing. Why just a very few? This thing we are suffering in Nigeria, in the entirety in Nigeria, the military as a subsect of Nigeria is also suffering, where a few people at the top just benefit and leave the rest people to suffer. It's just very unfortunate. in a country as blessed as Nigeria, where there's enough to go around. I mean, enough to go around, but just a few people who just, it's crazy. Anyway, let's go to Onye, then Olawaski for God's will.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please. 4 minutes.
All right. So, for good evening. Sorry, please. I want to thank everybody, everyone that actually is making this platform move forward. Because I don't know that this platform has been existing. Like I noticed, last that first time that PO came online, I've actually been on Facebook. So I want to thank everyone that has actually made this platform move forward. I know what I've actually learned from this space. So my own summation, this is my first time was speaking on this space, is solely to the judiciary. It's more like say we have been speaking too much of English. Now beg, we they beg them. We've seen people beg, we've seen people wail, we've seen people do all sorts of things. But me too, let me still come to the part of they beg. Say too, they beg, and on the other hand, I'm not actually begging also. We just pray that that you people should do the right thing because they've been telling us to pray. We've prayed, oh, we've prayed. I still remember in my secondary school that my form teacher had to flog my whole class because we did not copy a prayer for Nigeria in distress. So if they say we have been praying for this country, we've prayed. And we believe that God have answered us. He just left for you people to do the right thing. You can imagine when, because one person mentioned is that there is separation of power that I know I was taught in secondary school, and there's nobody is above the law. But I cannot understand when the judiciary will pronounce a law and a human being will not carry out order. So that means that our judiciary is no longer independent. These people have pocketed them. So this is the right time, the time to do the right thing and still get back your honor. Please, every well-meaning Nigerian, we are all begging you people. Nobody is I actually still want to talk to APC people that think that they are living in this country, that they are supporting evil. You are not living. You are not. It's when you get to the hospitals, you know that you are not living. I can remember 2 years ago. Sorry, I'm taking so much time. That I took my 7-year-old to a government hospital. He swallowed a coin, left on the throat. For 24 hours, my son vomited everything out of him. He couldn't eat. And these people were telling us, give us 5 minutes, give us 10 minutes, give us 5 minutes. At the end of the day, a government hospital told us that they couldn't perform surgery because of oxygen. That if we are ready, let them direct us to the hospital of the doctor that's supposed to perform it so that we can go there, that they are ready to do it. And they had to discharge us. We now went to a private hospital to do a common surgery that is not up to 5 minutes. Nobody is living in this country. If you think that you are living, go to the hospitals. Everything is dead. So please, the judiciary, I don't know if you people can hear us. Nobody, we are not living. But we don't beg, or we don't try, we don't do everything. I even had to leave my 3-month-old baby during the pre-election to come and march for Nigeria. I know this is my first time of voting, and I believe that my vote, by fire or by force. Let me just speak my language. Nobody's living here. So if you think you are living, you are not. Nobody's living, and we are all ready. I said it, and I'm still beating my chest to say it. I will die for my children to have a brighter future. So judiciary, do the right thing, or that anarchy that una select have promised us, will unleash it when the right time comes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Onye. That was quite deep. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, all right. Let's quickly go to Olawaski. After which we go to God's will, then Easy.
Good evening, Saddam, Meme Saddam, Mutumba, well-meaning, Jimmy, and every other person on the platform. Well, these few days, I don't even like to dey talk because I would just come they enjoy it. And even if I did do something, I would just put my earpiece for ear, they enjoy them, they go. Till I sleep off, wake up, still they enjoy them. As in, I go even they sleep, they see them for dream. I go just dey hear Saddam, they talk inside dream. I go dey wonder, say, this thing. I be, it go dey appear like movie. Things go dey happen. Things go just dey hear things. I they tell you real life, oh. I go jump up, wake up, say, okay, na violent space. The kind things where we they do for these spaces, man. Kai, posterity will never forget us. I swear to God, we have done and undone. I just came up to say a few things, three things, so that we can not even hug the mic. Somebody was saying that he's well, I presume he's a personnel and he has not seen his pay slip. Homo, that one, I know sure saying well, it may not be the three armed forces. I think that one is only peculiar to the army. So it therefore means that you're from the army. So the army will be that. But you should understand that, well, let me just put it this way. One, if the judiciary does not do what they ought to do, we've given them all they need. We've given them all the facts. We've given them all the opportunity. We've begged them. We've shown them where the popular votes are. We've shown them where the people are. We've done everything for them. But if they choose to now still decide to go the other way, when the country says they want to go this way, then they say they want to go the opposite direction. Me, I'm one of those people that I would, with my full chest, I opt for the Jerry Rawlings solution. But for first, make military collect that thing from them. Let me tell you guys one thing that you may not understand. See, this is 2023. This is not 1991. This is not 1993. So do not think that this is the Abacha generation where person go collect and can't do anyhow. Nah, lie. Even military said no go even fit breathe. As soon as they collect them, people go down enter streets, they find politicians, and they will be looking for those judges first, because they gave them opportunity. And I'm even using this one to remind them, when Kasala burst, if these people had watched what happened to during NSAS, the aftermath of those kind of that thing that happened, anybody that was in Cross River status at that time, because I think that was, some people don't really know, they think Lagos was the worst hit. I'm telling you, check what happened in Cross River State. Boys were going, as in people, normal citizens were going, people left riverine areas and they go into houses of politicians. They go loot, they will break the door, as in people looted and removed. Do you understand what it means for somebody to remove your toilet seat? They want to show you how angry they are. They come out toilet seats, carry them. That's to show you they loot the thing, sweep them. It took Donald Duke to come down from Lagos to Cross River State and join hands with some traditional, and they came down. They were kneeling down and begging that please, the youth should please pity them, that after this time around, they were going to do something. But see what these guys have done. Have they done something? They have not. God forbid that the judiciary decides not to do the proper thing. If God forbid that kind of a situation arises again and the military takes, so even the military will see peace. So one, I do not think, for me, I think it's for me personally, I opt for that solution. They should take over, because see, are people living in Nigeria? People are not living now. I know that we've said a whole lot about the things that we achieved during the military era and things that we achieved. How many things have we even achieved during the civilian era? How do I even put it? What significant thing that you can say this thing has changed? This election, if INEC had allowed Peter Obi win, this would have been the first time that our democracy has meant something. It would have been the first time that we would have turned around our fortunes for 180 degrees from where we are headed. Because we are headed to the direction that will never lead our country to anywhere good. And it will take a very strong leader like Peter to move us and turn us 180 degrees to the direction, because it does not matter how long you stay on the direction. If as long as the direction is the proper place, you will ultimately get there. But no matter how fast you are in the wrong direction, you're going to the wrong destination and you never get there. I just want to use this and I yield. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Olawaski. Thank you. Okay, that was a very good submission. All right, quickly, let's go to Godswill, Eze. Then we'll come to Ejikeme. I know you were here before you dropped, so Ejikeme, then Dr. Barry. Godswill, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, well meaning. Amy Asadam, thank you very much. Otumba, Jimmy, I missed and says I've not heard his voice, I've not seen him. I hope he's okay. Greetings, everybody on the space. It's been great and amazing submission as always, and I know more are gonna come. So thank you everyone on the speaker section, and of course those on the listener section. Thank you for this great opportunity again to speak here. I want to start by saying the Bible says, it says, pride goeth before a fall. So the almighty Kwankwaso, who claimed he can't be a vice president to PO, his name finally appeared on the ministerial list earlier, because I also learned they said the last one that came out now, his name is not there. So his name appeared as a minister. How at the mighty fallen. I want to talk about eyes on the judiciary. I have been thinking since for like how many hours now, and I want to liken the situation of Nigerian judiciary and that of the politician to that of two brothers, where the elder one and the younger one are both criminals, like conk criminals. And then the elder one, knowing fully well that the younger one knows him very well, he knows he have no moral justification to call the younger one to order in the right direction, even when people are calling on him to whip the younger one into the right position, because he himself, he knows is equally guilty of what they're asking him to go ask the younger one to leave. That's exactly how I see the judiciary of Nigeria right now. But here, judiciary, we understand that you're corrupt. We understand that you are as bad as the Nigerian politician currently. But we're saying as Nigerians, we're telling you that there comes a time in the life of a person where he or she will say, yeah, everything is going this way, but someone just have to stand up to say, we can't continue on this part anymore. We need to do the right thing. And that's the situation we are right now. And you are the only one who can fix the whole shenanigans, the whole mess, the whole shame that this country is going through right now. That's why we're calling on you. And we're telling you that no matter what you've done, Bishop at the time posted a video of one, is it George or something, washing porn in with his whatever. We are telling you right now that no matter what you have done, please summon the courage to give the right judgment and put this country back on track. Well, meaning I see your hand. I'll wrap up soon, please. Nigeria today is like that big brother to other African countries. It's like that big brother that is jobless. I don't know if you found yourself in a situation you are staying in a house, so many people, you guys contribute money, and at the end of the day, you are out of job, you don't have money to contribute. The kind of respect they give you before, they no longer give that respect to you. As a matter of fact, you cannot even talk in some cases. That's where Nigeria is right now in the eyes of fellow Africans. And that's why they no longer respect us. Those outside don't respect us. Little countries in Africa, they don't respect us because of how we have put ourselves. And that's as a result of the kind of people we call judiciary. So judiciary, again, I tell you, you have this opportunity to write your name in gold. Do not make fool of it. Hence we say, all eyes on the judiciary. Before I yield, please, thank God, is it Jimmy talked about that lawyer that wrote about the mess, the whole thing that is going on in the judiciary, how he talked about cultism, he talked about jazz and everything. Guys, these things are
Ejikeme. Dr. Barry. I'll take it from there. Easy.
How far, bro? Um, all protocols observed. um, Respect to everybody in the house, all my seniors, everybody that's putting in work for the obedient movement. Now, the only thing, thank you for another good session of violence speech. The only thing I just came up to say is that Tinubu is talking about. I mean, like, I've just been waiting. I've just been waiting for this type of space. I've just been waiting for this energy because we haven't really had this energy. I guess a lot of revelations had to happen for us to get to this point, for us to have this energy that we're now hearing whispers of like, oh, military should take over. But like for some people, we've seen like this was always coming. This was always going to happen. This was always going to happen. So I'm happy. I'm happy that we're at this point right now. Even if it doesn't happen, like let them know that we're ready. Like if judiciary is here, let them know that we're ready. Let's put that fear into their heart. Let them so that they will do the right thing. Now, Tinubu is talking about anarchy, talking about he's I just don't understand. I just don't know whether they don't understand that if the judiciary should just do what they have to do, just give the right judgment. The kind of celebration, the kind of party, the kind of like we will have. I don't understand. Maybe it's like there's not going to be any like I don't understand. Everybody's going to be happy. Like I don't know where the anarchy sentiment is coming from. So the final address, I was finally able to read through it finally, and the ending was just so sweet to me. The conclusion where the commendation where they said something about let the let the majesty of the constitution reverberate across the length. Let's just do the right thing. Just write your name in gold. Just let it bubble from our rivers and oceans. The way they put it was just so poetic. I just love the way they said let it flow from our sanctums of prayer, and to those who bear the responsibility of leadership, let it be a constant irritant. That's what this is supposed to be about. This is like we have to save this country. We're on a mission to save this country right now. There's no anarchy. There's no nothing. Please, we can't step into 2024 in this state. We cannot. We can see it all around us. It's getting to a point where we have to ask ourselves like, are we crazy? Like, are we pussy? Are we like? You have to really ask ourselves: are we shameless? We're talking about giants of Africa, giants of Africa. Look at everything that's going on around us. Like it's getting to that point where we're like, okay, no, is like the writing is on the wall clearly. So for everything in this world, it says even in the Bible, kingdom of heaven suffers violence. There's no if you want us to take it with violence, we'll take it with violence. All right. So there's no two ways of going about it. I just love the tweet news that's coming around it. Right now, we have Chinese people on our neck. We have Lebanese people, British, Fulani people, which is like a historic and later topic. ISIS. I mean, at this point, like, when do you want to free? When do you want to free? Like all the stuff you're seeing in Mali, how they are celebrating. That's joy. That's freedom. That's like they feel like they're free now. So for us right now, there's nothing. Just do what you have to do. We're not begging you. Thank you. So I appreciate the time, you guys. I love everybody. Let's
Right.
continue now. Here we get vibes. Continue doing what we're doing on the
All
ground.
right.
On the
Thank
ground.
you.
The
Thank
next
you
news
very
I'm
much.
just waiting for. Next news I'm waiting for right now is either party or that say we don't enter street. All right. So thank you. All right. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you very much, Easy. the king of space emojis. All right. Thank you. I mean, I could relate to some of the things you said. So, but just, I mean, for the sake of clarity again, I like the way you put it. The truth is that um, it's really up to the judiciary, at least for now, right? A lot. I mean, none of us are. I am not a military person. I know Saddam isn't. A lot of us here probably aren't. But I think what I'm really praying for is that we shouldn't get to that point. We shouldn't get to that point where we now have to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea. Where we now have to say, okay, we know this one is bad, we know this one is bad, but the way this one is going, where like those lepers, the biblical lepers at the gate, I say, if we go inside, we die. If we stay here, we die. let's just go inside. Maybe we'll be lucky and not die. So I feel like Nigeria will get to that point if and it's why I'm personally happy that this whole thing ends this year. Personally, for myself, because God knows I want to enter the year 2024 by God's grace, with a different mindset. I know the mindset that I used to enter this year, and that was the mindset of we're going to win an election. So everything, and this year going now. This year we can know whether Nigeria are we going or what's the way forward. So thank you very much, Izzy. Let's quickly go to okay, Ejikeme, then Dr. Barry, then okay, God. Chine, I can see you. Next quiz, I can see you.
Well meaning, bro, we get how it past US, but currently in US now, they have 135 active refineries. 135 active refineries. And we no get one with they active. One single one with they active. We no get one. That country, that kan wá tún tò padà láti ilẹ̀. It needs to be rebuilt from scratch. It's a shame. That country. Anyway, see, guys, I want us to know we are not stupid. We don't want to break that country. But at this point in time, if they refuse to do the needful, we have no choice. At that point in time, we have nothing absolutely to lose. At that point in time, we have nothing to lose. They are the ones that need to be very, very cautious, need to be very careful. Because nobody will escape it. Escape it. This is not the era at which they say, people are listening to you, don't talk on DSS. DSS, and I want us to know one thing. Not all the judges are corrupt. Not all the judges are willing to accept bribe. It was the same judicial system that freed Nnamdi Kanu, but the stupid APC government refused to release him. The same judicial system that gave Emefiele bail, and the same APC government again refuses to play by that. And that is an indirect message to them. Judicial system. When you grant someone bail, and you saw the travesty that happened yesterday, DSS at all costs trying to whisk away that guy, regardless what he has done. Nobody like him. But guess what? The law is the law. It's now a banana republic, in case you guys don't understand. One man tutu from scratch. We're not mincing words. It's a matter of life and death. We need to get our country back, and we will get our country back. Whether you like it or not, it don't know your buy. It is sacrosanct. We are getting our country back. Back to you, well-meaning.
All right, thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let me just go to. All right, Ejikeme, please go ahead. After which we go to Dr. Barry.
Yeah, well, meaning, thank you so much. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Saddam. Otumba, well meaning, God bless you.
Wait, Dr. Barry,
I like to start saying, like, Baba won Loma run down. Now, their father now go run down for this country, no be our country. Waiting that they see for Niger Republic, na child's play. We kept saying this from the beginning to today. The fact remains that we don't want Nigeria to burn. But if Nigeria needs to burn because it needs to grow up, then let it burn and let's see who will survive. We are not calling for anarchy. We have seen that even the president, the fake president of Nigeria, declared anarchy on the Nigerian people. He cannot threaten us. He cannot be illegitimate and threaten us. He did not win any election. Nobody voted for Ahmed Bola Tinubu as president of Nigeria. Our mandate stands. The mandate given to Peter Gregory Obi of the Labour Party stands. Whether anybody likes it or not, let them continue to sell the fake gist of a rerun. There is not going to be a rerun in this country without the rejection of the personality of Ahmed Bola Tinubu in that rerun. There is no way we can hold another election with an illegitimate candidate, because from the beginning he does not even qualify. You cannot hold dual citizenship and qualify to contest for the presidency of Nigeria according to our constitution. You cannot commit a crime of criminality in another country and forfeit as judgment and come and contest election in this country. Look, Nigeria belongs to all of us. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. Gone are the days when we keep quiet because of one useless DSS that we are afraid of. You think, say, if we dey 100 for one place, DSS will come there, come arrest us, even if we commit crime, of which we are not even committing any crime. So the DSS, if you are here, you are listening to us, you don't have the monopoly of arrest of anyone. So don't always think that they will be DSS, they not be human being like us. If them born on a father where say on know the fear, one on they cover on a face can they do wickedness. One on they cover on a face, they arrest people. If them born your father where say you be DSS, you won't come arrest somebody. You for open your face to the arrest now. When you see what thing will happen to you. We don't keep quiet for now for this country. When I just think say all of us are fool. We are no more fools. Bye bye. Loma fuck it up. I don't normally use this kind of statement, but because of the kind of videos that I watch of Niger Republic, how their citizens trooped out to the street to say yes against injustice. How can you be a president of a country and you just do anything you like? Look at that useless person called President Buhari, taking money from Nigerian government coffers, suffering to go and build house and to go and buy cars and to go and build refinery in Niger Republic while your own people are suffering. Oh boy, we not fear anybody. Oh. That useless idiot criminal called Asari Dokubo, I'm talking to you. I know you are hearing me. I go soon come out now. I beg, no verse. Make I just land this one statement. My name is Dr. Barry Avotu Johnson. I represent Vote Must Count. Hear me loud and clear. If you think you are in Abuja and you think you can come from anywhere in Port Harcourt to Abuja to come and scare us away from protesting, then no burn your father well. Make government continue to support us, support you. We, now the people, they support us. So Asari Dokubo, I am telling you, when the time comes, if you dare come to the street, you go collect and woto like joke. You think say we dey fear you? I mean, you think say we be Port Harcourt people? We be Nigerians and you cannot do anything more than a dead rat. You and your Tinubu go to hell and crush like motherfucking trap. Okay? Don't come and threaten us in Abuja and think we are going to be afraid of you. You are too small to threaten the Nigerian people. You are too small to threaten the Nigerian youth. My name Nabari. I come from that same Niger Delta where you think say you come. Let's see. Let's call it out. I support Peter Obi because he won election. You are supporting a criminal that did not win election. So what can you tell me? Are you the mic? Thank you.
All right. Dr. Barry, I don't hand over, since Nasari, I don't hand over Nasari to you. It's over to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Barry. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go to Ejike. I don't call you. You let's say as you slow now, Dr.
My
Barry.
brother, sorry, I beg. Sorry, I deal with my boss for this place, and at the same topic where we
Sorry,
talk.
after Ejike, we'll go to okay, God, the next
Yes,
person.
thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian Otumba, my brother Jimmy, Emir Saddam. Thank you very much. God bless you all. I think the first topic on this space today is just point blank. These are ministers from hell. You know, they are just basically ministers from hell. And you see, I've been following with all the videos. You see, the worst thing that can happen to any human being is not to have shame. Yeson Wike of River State, the thug from River State, has shown clearly that he doesn't have shame. And that is the worst thing that can happen to any man, not to have shame. Right? Well, what else do you expect from the criminal drug baron Bola Tinubu and certificate forger? What kind of list were we expecting? It's just a list of ministerial criminals. That's what we're going to have. A criminal cannot steal from you and it will be good. No, it's not possible. It's just very unfortunate. So, just like Emir Saddam said in his opening remarks, if anybody is expecting anything good from this illegitimate government, that person needs to wake up. There is no need. This government will not favor anybody. These are criminals. These are bigoted criminals. These are bigoted animals and wicked souls from the devil himself. All of them. Just check that list. None makes the technocrat cadre. It doesn't make sense. So my own position today would be to just continue to urge the judiciary. You see, at this point, they are facing a lot of um, a lot of pressure. We need to also urge them to remain courageous. Slam this judgment and take this shame away from Nigerians. Otherwise, you see what is happening in Niger now. Jimmy was just talking about it. Niger citizens, Nigerians are out on the streets looting the offices and the homes of these criminals that have held them hostage. That is to say that they are already endorsing the ousting and the removal of their president. This can happen in Nigeria. Niger is our neighbor. It can happen in Nigeria. So the judiciary, you see, US, the president of the United States has refused to congratulate this criminal animal in Aso Rock. He doesn't even live in Aso Rock. He comes from Asokoro and keeps a lot of Abuja residents on the road because his motorcade is passing by for hours. The president of several countries have not congratulated this man because they are waiting on you people, 5 of you, to give a judgment. Slam this judgment and let Nigerians be free for once. The Egyptians of yesteryears, we shall see them no more. Bola Ahmed Tinubu must be disqualified and nothing will happen. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, AGK man. Thank you very much. Please, when the speaker section and you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. If not, you have to drop those that the hands are not up soon. Okay, God, please go ahead. After which you come to next squeezer. 4 minutes, please. Okay, God, are you there? Can anybody hear Okay, God? I know she's not mute.
Let's take the next speaker. I think.
I think I don't. Okay, I wanted to be sure if. All right, next squeezer, please go ahead. After which we'll come to Chini.
All right. Good good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So, let me reiterate. Uh, Medical doctors in teaching hospitals, uh, um, government general hospitals in Lagos. I don't know of any other part of the country. In Lagos, are on strike. So, if you're in Lagos, the only place you can access care right now, as it were, is private hospitals. So, meaning if you don't have the funds, if you don't have the money, you won't be able to access care. In fact, we got to find out after an emergency and a road traffic accident was rushed, and the patient needed an immediate surgery because the patient was bleeding, and we wanted to refer to Igbobi. Only for us to put a call across, and we found out that they went on strike today. Today. So if that patient has to survive, right, that person needs to go to a private hospital, which we have referred to. So we don't even know if they can afford the procedure there or not. So that is the current situation in the health sector, and we have somebody who is a doctor who doesn't care about how the health sector depreciates, and she has made the so-called ministries or ministers lists. Now, this is what we have in a country where rule of law does not play. We are emboldening, making criminals more emboldened. I was saying, telling someone something, that if the judiciary does not stand their ground at this point, then that means that our constitution, the 1999 constitution as amended, has been messed up. Now, what that means is democracy in Nigeria has been messed up.
Now, what that means is the so-called people, IPOB, who are fighting for supremacy, nothing actually holds them down in Nigeria. Nothing actually holds them down in Nigeria. The military can come up and do whatever thing they want to do. There is nothing, no constitution is holding them again. Why? Because the so-called keepers and custodians of the law, which is the judiciary, have ended, destroyed, and made a mess of the constitution that founded our democracy, our new democracy, in this particular republic. So it is a crucial moment and a very, very important moment that the judiciary, they need to sit up, they need to buckle up. This is not business as usual. They need to buckle up and they need to begin to understand that if anything goes wrong, they are not safe. They need to understand that Nigeria is in a state where, just in fact, the fuel has already been poured. INEC poured the fuel. INEC and APC actually poured the fuel. They've poured the fuel. So it is judiciary now. They have that match. They have the matches or the lighter, whatever thing it is. They have it in their hands. So it is their decision right now to either strike the match or withdraw the match. Then allow the fuel that has been poured evaporates. Now, if they don't do the right thing, of course, the country is going to burn. And every damn person will be affected. And it is going to start from them. Nobody will know today, will believe today that after a so-called president carried our money, billions, and funded Niger, bought how many, whatever for them, and all that, and their military, the so-called selected president of Nigeria, who they put as ECOWAS chairperson or whatever, brought and said nobody should what's it called, the queue in Nigeria should not hold and whatever, and it was disregarded. That is how they no rate una at all. Nobody listens to a criminal. For those, I'm going to wrap up now. For those who are supporting this man, I hope you guys are seeing the shame that this man is bringing to Nigeria. I hope you're seeing the shame you guys are bringing upon us. I hope you guys are seeing it. We need to continue keeping our eyes on the judiciary, and we need to keep, forcing them to do the right thing, and also not forgetting the place of prayers. Please, very, very important, not forgetting the place of prayers. Let me yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaos. Thank you very much. All right, okay, quickly, let's go to... okay, Chini, I know I called you, but let me just check if Okay God can speak now, so we can... Okay, God, can you try?
All right, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, all right. Please, can do 3 minutes. We have to round up quite soon.
All right, okay. All right, so good evening, everyone. Emia, Otumba, Jimmy, and all great obedience. So very quickly, ministers from hell. The only thing I have to say about that is I'm not surprised, because the only place Tinubu can get his ministers from is from hell. So that has to be like that. I would have been disappointed if he got the best of them anyway. I mean, the best of people. Then Africa Coup, the only thing I have to say about that is I hope our politicians are seeing what is going on in Niger, and I hope they are learning and preparing. For judiciary on trial, that's where I want to perch on, and I just have 2 messages. One, to obedience. I said this yesterday on 2 spaces, and I want to say it here because this is where we have most of our obedience gathering weekly. So I'm going to say to us that let's prepare, just like what Jerry and I've forgotten the other speaker, what they said. This has been going on in my mind for months now, where I've been thinking that I do not think that Tinubu is going to wait until the judiciary give their judgment before he does anything, because at the point where the judiciary would give their judgment and rule in favor of Peter Obi and obedience, see, everybody, including the military and all parastatals, will cease to be loyal to Tinubu, and he knows this. This is also why he's beginning to fall back on the likes of Asari. So I think that he would want to do something before they pass judgment. Well-meaning already has told us that by the 1st of August, the judges will adopt the written addresses and then give us a date when they're going to pass the judgment. I beg us obedience, just prepare. Prepare for anything while you pray. Please prepare. Somebody asked me a question, Mo, go buy rifle. I say, even if you know if you buy rifle, weaponize anything with that around you. But prepare, because Tinubu will not take it lightly. Remember who he is. That man is not an ordinary person. He's a bloody wicked person. All right. And then finally, it was like Jerry took this out of my mouth when he was speaking. People are not the enemy. Remember that it is Tinubu and his cohorts that are the enemies of this country. So when Tinubu wants to give you that order and say, go and kill the people, please turn the gun against.
Okay, God, I think we're losing you.
Oh,
But I'm glad I.
all
Can
right.
you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, but can you hear me now?
Yeah, just wrap
All
up in
right.
30
Yes, I
seconds.
will. So I was saying that to the military, I want to kill the people. Point the gun back at him. Why? You will not be disobeying the last order, because Tinubu is even an unconstitutional government. He's not there based on our constitution. So if you disobey his orders, you will not be doing the wrong thing. That is what I came to say to us this evening. God bless you all. I yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ugigo. That's quite direct and straightforward. All right, what happened to Spotlight? Spotlight, where you go? All right, okay, quickly, let me go to Chini. After Chini, I'll come to Cindy.
Thank you. Well, meaning good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to refer my or continue my submission. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. So I just remembered what NCC submission on Tuesday, when made the statement. I can't remember. I can't say it exactly how he said it, but he said something like, "Do not condemn a country that had not had a chance to experience a true democracy." I think it was Tuesday or some past submissions. I'm going to continue from this submission. And why I'm doing that is because I think we need to understand the reason why we should stay angry. For in addition to the keeping our eyes on the judiciary, there is a reason why we are here. So first and foremost, most of us may have experienced the good part of Nigeria, but majority of Nigerians have experienced all the bad things about Nigeria. You know, if you look at if you look at our Nigerian, like the Nigerian terrain, you understand that the only people that have been profiting from all this mess is the politicians. They've been the people at the helm of affairs. They've been enjoying all the goodies of Nigeria. The rest of us that are just the majority of this country, we've not tasted what it means to have a good democratic nation. We've not, most of us have not tasted a good educational system. Most of us have not tasted a good healthcare system. People are struggling every day. That's why a company like Dangote Refinery will come out in the public without shame and say they are employing skills from India because Nigerian youth lack skills. I remember when I was in secondary school age, I know that we had technical colleges and we had like secondary school, so people could opt to go to technical trainings like the way we have them in the western worlds, like the trade class or trade occupation. We had those things in Nigeria. People do them, get the skills and work with them, but gradually those things faded away into out of our education system. So companies like Dangote can comfortably say without shame that Nigerian youth lack skills because they didn't create those rooms for Nigerian youth to build those skills. So these politicians are happy keeping Nigerians in the state they are. They are happy because they know that the moment someone like PO enters that system and sanitizes that system and put things in order, from our education system to the job market to the skills to the healthcare, once those things are put in order, everybody here knows that after Obi will come and go. After him, whoever comes after him will dare not
make Nigeria go back from where it's coming from, because at that point we all must have tasted what it means to have a true democratic country. Why all these things? Why we're seeing some people going west, some people going east, some people going north, is because they've not seen it. They have not tasted it. So I want us to stay angry. That is where I'm coming from. We need to stay angry because we have everything to lose. We have everything to lose. If what we are fighting for, we don't get it, we have everything to lose. We need to stay focused. Our eyes should be on the judiciary. We should tell our friends, tell people what is going on. Let us stay focused, because what we are fighting for is for the good of this country. If we lose it this time, these politicians, they know that they've lost. Once we gain this thing, they are afraid. They know they're not going to get out of it. So we need to stay angry. We need to stay focused, because it's for our own good. Whatever we are doing right now, we need to ensure that Nigeria takes that good democracy, and we're not going back. Once PO has come, that is going to bring good tidings for Nigeria. I
Oh,
yield.
right. Thank you very much, Chini. Thank you very much for that breakdown. Okay, quickly, let me just take spotlight. After which I'll take Peter is better than Nelo. Spotlight.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Well, meaning you've forgotten me. Okay, good evening, Emir Saddam, and all of our, speakers and our friends here. Okay, I'll limit my submission to the African coup, because I've had quite a lot of submissions on the ministerial list. There's not really much we're not disappointed anyway. It was expected. But I'll just limit my submission to the issue of the coup that is happening across Africa. And, the fact that, okay, we don't know what will happen in Nigeria if we do not get it right. But I see a little bit I understand a lot of people have made submissions that, lean towards a favorable disposition towards the military government if it happens. And that's probably because of the fact that we don't have any faith in the judiciary. But I just hope that we will not shift our focus, because for me, it gives me the impression that we might shift our focus, or we may begin to put our faith in the military. I think the Nigerian military is such a body that is not to be depended upon. For me, I would rather that the military stands aside if anything should happen, and let the people demand for what they deserve, what they want. They should not come into governance, because the military is not the crop of Nigerian military that we have. In fact, I made a post a few minutes ago while I was listening, and I'll just pick a few things from there. I said, if there's ever going to be a coup in Nigeria this time, just know that it will be sponsored and practically state managed by the same cult of politicians that do not want to relinquish power to good men like Peter Obi. To be clear, the hand of you-know-who will be deeply, very deeply in it. These are the hands that will be controlling things from behind the scene. Our current crop of military officers have become so corrupted by things like oil theft and the proceeds of blood money that they do not have the ideological, altruistic, or nationalistic ideals that are needed to salvage this country. Personally, I've had quite a lot of interactions with some people in the military, and I do not see them as this kind of stock that would need. This is my personal opinion. So just just put it forward. They are not saviors. They are not our saviors, because these guys here now they are very different from the kind of people that we had in the 1980s. At least back then, there were some kind of ideological reasons for what they did. But this kind of people that are here now, both the ones on top and the ones beneath, that actually eat the monies that are meant for arms and ammunition, that are meant for the welfare of their officers, I do not see them as anything better than what we have, because that would just be an instrument of impunity. And I say this because I think that if we also even flash back to the time that Dati Baba Ahmed gave the press conference immediately after this coup that happened, the civilian coup that INEC supervised, he made some very key points, wherein he said that, democracy belongs to those who can take it, who can demand it, who can actually fight for it. I want that focus to be on us. It's us, between us and the Nigerian state, which comprises of the executive, the judiciary, and all of them.
it's us right now. The judiciary is who we depend on right now to give us that justice. And if they do not give it to us, we will do what we need to do. The military, if they are true, they should just stand aside and let us take what belongs to us, what we deserve and what we are asking for. Because if we have that shift of focus to the military, we would be double-minded in what we need to do as at when due. So that's just basically what I wanted to say. And again, because this guy that in power, if you really look into history, if what he needs to do is to state manage a coup to remain close to power, or to make sure that the power does not get to the right quarters, he would do it. If that's what they need to do, they would do it. And they would spin it in such a way that history, if we're not careful, history will dance to them, because they would want to say that this is like 1993. They would make a lot of spin around it to make it look like, okay, it was basically like a reenactment of what happened in 1993 to MKO Abiola. So that is just, if you have the time, you can check what I put out and either agree or disagree. I'll be happy to hear more opinions. But for me, my focus right now is on the judiciary, and if they fail us, they would hear from us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Spotlight. But okay, I think really just to clarify, I think what we've established here today. So I don't know if maybe there's some people, and I'm glad I clarified that. So the clear thing here is that, as it stands, I think the breaking point is really the judiciary. So I think everybody that have spoken, maybe indirectly sounding in favor of the military or any other. I mean, there have been different, the Rollins method, the different conversations today. But I think one thing that is the common denominator is the judiciary. So I think everybody agrees with the fact that the first gate that will determine where we go from here is the judiciary. So anybody that is thinking, why would we want to stay in court this long then to come and wish the military should come and truncate it? So I think the real point is, and like I said earlier on this space, for me it's a three process thing. It's a three option thing. The judiciary needs to do what is right, and it's important that we have this conversation, we are having it, or people start airing their thoughts so that the judiciary will know that, if you do the wrong thing, look at the kind of thought, look at how bad people are beginning to think, so that they will know that, okay, this is a no-go area. By the time if the judiciary does what is right, all well and good, happily ever after. If they do what is wrong, for me, the next way out is maybe if Nigerians are fast enough to do what they can do to solve, to take back their country. It's really at that point, it's Nigerians taking back their country. For me, any way Nigerians deem fit, and in that conversation, everybody will just be one man at that particular point in time. And I really just hope that, and personally, I really wish we don't get there. For me, the easiest way out for this is that everybody, even Tinubu, the best way out for Tinubu from this is for the judiciary to do the right thing. Even Tinubu himself, the best way out for him is for the judiciary. Yes, then only prison go. If they do the right, only prison, nothing, no go pass that one. Anyway, Peter is better. Please go ahead. After which, Nello.
Okay, thank you, Osaleti Ogbomudia. Good evening, everybody. The minister from hell, that will not concern me at all. Nothing concerned about the minister from hell. African Coup. Professor Olaro of great memory opined that when he told the front fall into a pit, others behind take caution. But Chinua Achebe in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, disagrees with him. Chinua Achebe's position is that as far as Nigerian politicians are concerned, the only thing they learn from history is that they don't learn anything from history. I'll leave it at that. Then now, straight to the issue of the judiciary on trial. That is the most important. I've been doing some little research recently about the judiciary. There are four reasons why judiciary always play to the game of being corrupt or being do research about corruption in the judicial system. One is money, financial inducement. If they cannot induce you financially, the next thing they do is to intimidate you, to kind of blackmail you. How do they blackmail you? They can give you a video where you are and they punching one lady somewhere in a hotel. They'll plan for you to keep that video not to be exposed. You now have to give them that bidding. Then the third one, we only say it here on this space. I thank God the next quiz has said it. Issue of spiritual attack. They always attack them too spiritually. Then the fourth one is the issue of some of them, because of fear, they don't want to get position. They will go and join a courtism. From that courtism, now they usually use that court group to actually influence their decisions. But now, what are the implications of judicial corruption? It is very important to know about this. I know some of them are here, they're listening. Let me, in brief, corruption in the judicial system undermines its core values of fairness, equity, and impartiality. When judges and court officials are compromised, it results in the abuse of power, and delivery of justice is compromised, which at the end of the day creates economic instability, social crisis, and political quagmire, which may also derail development in the long run. And that is why today all of us are now standing here shouting, oh, judiciary, do the right thing. If they be doing the right thing, you and I will not be spending this time talking every time judiciary, all eyes on judiciary on trial, the judiciary do the right thing. It's because of the fact that they have failed in the past. But that doesn't mean that they don't have good people among them. We still have some reliable judicial officers among them that are still standing their ground. But how long will they stand their ground? Then now, how do we reduce judicial corruption and improve access to justice for all? One, assessment of judicial capacity and integrity. We develop evidence-based reforms. Number two, strengthening internal oversight within the judiciary. Example, whistleblowing. Then number three, modernization of court management system, that is e.g. digitalization. Number four, disclosure of information. Then five, public monitoring of trial, like what you and I are doing today. Public monitoring of trials. It is very important. The other one again, I feel is very important, which bank do or does. Mystery shopping. Mystery shopping in the judiciary is also very, very important. But when I look at these things, I now go to the manifestos of the three major candidates for the last presidential elections. How many of them actually have the good of intention of reforming the judiciary? Your guess is as good as mine. Only Peter Obi. Because others, they cannot talk about the reforming judiciary because they have been benefiting and they want to be benefiting from the criminality that are existing in the judiciary through technicality. All eyes on the judiciary. I yield.
Right. Thank you very much. Peter is better. Nello, I'll come to you last. So let me go to Cindy Good first. Sorry. Cindy Good, are you there?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. Jimmy, Emia Saddam, Otuba, my personal sweethearts. The ministerial lead. For me, I told someone today that I have
Cindy, we can't hear you at all.
At all. If not, I will just quit. Hello.
All right, I think it's better now. Just try to speak fast so we don't lose you again.
Okay, Nigerian network. I said the ministerial list. I was telling someone I have zero expectation from this present administration because you can't form legality on illegality. So that is the fact. But one thing happened today that I really, really detest. It's what I saw, the show of shame I saw in the Senate today. They are having somebody's last prayer, let Nigeria breathe. Those that are in support of allowing the poor Nigerians to breathe say I have it. So they are now seeing themselves as God and mocking the poor people. Like, seriously, Ekwa? Allowing people to breathe, what next? And these are the same senators that are going to share 70 billion in 500 people. You have over 140 million per person, and they were proposing 8,000 per family. For me, we are not dealing with human beings, though. We are dealing with demons. We are dealing with principalities and powers of darkness in human form. So for the judiciary, if they like, let them not do the right thing. But they will be safer to do the right thing, because you saw the way the CBN governor was embarrassed, disgraced at the court. The same fate await all the judges. The same fate awaits them one after the other, because this APC doesn't respect anything called court, not to talk of the order. So if they like, let them not do the right thing. It is their thorough, it is their problem. But one thing they don't know is that every Nigerian is just waiting for them, especially the armed forces. Some of the armed forces I speak to, from top to bottom, they are all, a lot of them are saying they wish the court will do the right thing and just give Peter Obi the mandate, that they know with Peter Obi Nigeria will be better. So if they like, let them do the right thing. If they like, let them not do the right thing. But they should know that Nigeria is on an active gunpowder, and a lot of people, they are with the match. It's either they lit it or they quench that fire. So all I will say is, all eyes on judiciary. For Peter
Oh,
Obi, like today I made a tweet. I said if they like, let them leak a sex video of Peter Obi, that I will still stand by him. So for me, judiciary, do the right thing or else. I yield. Thank you.
all right. Thank you very much, Cindy. All right, quickly, Nello. Uh, you have less than 2 minutes actually. That's why I left
It's all right. I'm not gonna say much. Hi everyone. I just wanted to quickly talk about this minister from hell. Please, where are all these young vuvuzelas, all these young people that are APC vuvuzelas on Twitter here? So none of them is good enough to make that ministerial list. Eh? That they are just recycling old politicians. Honestly, I don't know when young people will have sense in this country. You are not good. You are not good enough. No young person made that list. It's crazy. As for the coup, honestly, I mean not the coup, but the call for military. This crop of military that we have, is it not the same one where nepotism is rife, and the same one where they have been infiltrating with Boko Haram and all of that? Please, ultimately, Nigerians, we will have to rise and take back our country. We are not going to rely on any military or anybody to come and save us. Nobody is coming to save us. The day that we decide that enough is enough, we are going to stand, we're going to get involved, and we are going to take back this country. Thank you. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, Nello. I hope Nigerians heard you, especially the ones they used to call Nigerians. It's an Norwegian movement ahead, Nigerians in Nigeria. Anyway, thanks to everybody. I think that's actually a very good place to end the space. Thanks to everybody for coming. But just to be very clear, one more time. So I need the judiciary to know this, or whoever else is here to know this. This is not an outright call for military or whatever. But this was really Nigerians telling you their thought process. And to tell you, I think one thing is established today, that Nigerians are not going to take another 4 years of APC. I think that's a given. One way or the other, Nigerians are not taking another 4 years of APC. Is either the court gives it, Nigerians take it, or if it gets to that point, Nigerians will look for any way but APC. Sadam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Guys, thank you. I think before we wrap up, I just want to say, please, if you have questions for our space, the next space we'll be having is on Saturday. The Power Fact space with Peter will be. It's already the space link is up on the jumbotron. You can schedule the space. If you have questions for him, because it's not going to be an open all space, we're trying to make sure that we do not, because we cannot end up bringing everybody up to speak. But if you have questions you think are very important and dicey questions you really want to ask, please go on the Power Facts page, the pinned tweet. We are creating questions from the pool of questions there, and your questions, if it has not been asked, will be asked from there. Please, it is important we say this so that when we don't come that day and people say, I want to talk, and you don't get to talk. I have important questions to ask him and you don't get to ask him. It is important we put it this way so that all those important questions people want to ask, and please post. No, we don't need pre-election questions. We have past elections. Please post election questions. Um,
Also, I don't think we don't need tribunal questions also. You
yeah,
can comment on the case. Yeah.
true,
Mhm.
true. We don't need tribunal questions also because you cannot comment on the case. So please, just any questions you feel that you really think you want to ask him, we will make sure that those questions get across to him on the space day. So please, guys, thank you for everything you guys have been doing. We have to push on and
Let me just quickly say, I mean, I know some people might be thinking, what kind of question? I mean, the best way to think about it, just picture Peter Obi becoming president in your mind. What kind of questions, what kind of things you would want him to do? What is kind of, that's one of the best way to think about it. Sorry, go ahead.
thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Whatever you just think you want to ask, you can ask that day. Probably because it's important. We don't start that space that day and start bringing people up and they say, "Aside, I did not want to come ask the question. I just want to come and tell you. Anything you want to tell him, please, you can go on his timeline and tell him. Or you can, because it's very, very important. At the end of the day, important questions that we have to ask him, we don't get to ask him. So please, or probably after the whole questions sessions with him, the space cannot be open for people to come up and ask and tell him goodwill messages. But for the start of the space, it's important that we get questions out and get ample because he has not spoken with us for close to 2 months now. Many people have things to ask him, and it will be doing ourselves the service if we cannot ask those questions and we fill up the space with just pleasantries, prayers, whatever prayer you want to pray for him. Please pray for him in your house before you come on the space. Please, it is very, very important to do this. I beg una, because the last space, the last time I had one break, I was trying to make sure that this one ends in a well and coordinated manner, that everybody enjoys the space and everybody at the end of the space can say, okay, my questions were asked. So please put your questions now, especially I'm saying it for our Valencians, because for me, I'm always more, I know that day now we'll have thousands of people there. I'm more concerned about people that come here to this our church every day, that are always here listening to us. You guys are like, you guys are you're the foundation. You're the ones that should enjoy the space more. So it is important for me. I say this all the time, that even people say people that should be up there, it is Valencians that will be up there. Who do you want to be up there? It is people that come to our service every day that will put up there. I don't know whether it is us here that will be up there that will come out and in our space. Other person will come now, foreigner. Now we're not going to enjoy the space. So it is the truth. We want to open it up for people to speak. Now people will sabi we go bring. Now nepotism. Now Tinubu teach us. This nepo. Valenza Ronu. Now what they do for that space, eh? So please, more I don't Jimmy, your hand dey up. I beg, don't go to your talk.
Yeah, talk of honest, Ronu. I made a poll few days ago about the Yoruba Ronu space, and people actually voted. 80% people wanted to run, and I tried to be very accommodating. I know there's Thursdays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays out of it. So I went for Wednesdays, Friday, and Sundays. But at the same time, I don't want to bite into anybody's space. So 100%, 80% people want the Yoruba space to be constant at least once in a week, and 41% wants it to happen on Sundays. So it's going to probably be after the prayer section on Sunday. So definitely we're going to be having Yoruba Rono space regularly now, and it's going to be on Sundays now. So I just thought I should pass that across to people. And thanks for those that voted. And it's on my timeline if you want to have a look at it. So yeah, it has come to stay now. Thank you guys. Back to you, Sadam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. So, guys, please, you're not down here now. That space, one amazing space. I think it's important we get our people also there and create the narrative. As I was saying, yes, please, is Valenza Ronu, please, So just put your questions there in our. The kind of nepotism I want to that there. We're not going to. I go here to. We're not going to say that is gonna.
People go block us after that space. You sure me that because all the
Oh,
people will say at least say they're important to be there for movement. Can't say oh Benny, you will stay in that DM.
Now
You stay
Valencia,
in the DM.
now Valencia, now na space, now na get space that day. So make una big up on our chest I am saying I go do the tribalism, the nepotism where I go do that day, go rugged. So please, no fear. Valencia just come in that day. I will sabi ourselves. We sabi ourselves. So that's not a problem, please. But please, I'm saying it for us to understand as we start the space. So the first 1 hour or first probably 1 hour of the space, it should be we have selected speakers according to how he wants it to be. It's a Pan-African stuff, Pan-Nigerian stuff. So the speakers already selected, and now Valencians them they will go speak. We go ask questions. So from those pool of questions, that's what we're saying. Please pick your questions. Put your questions down on that comment section. It's very important because from that comment section now our selected Valencians we go they up there as speakers. We go ask those questions before we now open up the floor for everybody to come up and ask questions. And as we are opening up the floor, if he say he's going to take and 100 people to act to say hi and thank you and everything. Now 179 Valenza 11.
179.
How to my we give we go do 79 or 80 as the case may be. So a 79 or 80, then we give them 20. And that's how we go run them. So please, it's important to run it that way so that our people will be happy. That is just how I want to do our own that day. Thank you very much, every one of you. Please keep sharing the space. Let us we made a record the last time. I believe by God's grace we can do more better. We can take it more better. We can get 100,000 people live on that space. It's very, very possible. Let us get our numbers up. Let's get our people speaking. Share the links across. It's going to be streamed on YouTube, on our Power Facts YouTube page, on our Power Facts Facebook page. For those that are not on Twitter, we're streaming it on the
Valencia so that I don't do the election. Some of you, if you have the capacity to rent viewing center or to play it in a large setting, please do so. Let
God
people
bless you.
listen to him. So
God bless you. Please send us videos if you do it. We have special prizes for people. Please put it out there. Speakers, boom boxes. Let the whole nation know that something big is happening on Saturday. Our presidential candidate is going to speak with us and spend time with us here. I honestly believe he's buzzing and he really wants to, have that time with you guys. So it's one that I believe we should do for the record books and prepare the Abadorians. Let them understand that in candidates get different. Thank you to all of you that have been supporting us. God bless all of you subscribing to the Power Facts, following, liking, reading, most especially reading, because these guys put in a whole lot of work. Amazing writers at the editorial team, putting in work. I'm saying that as in, despite how Nigeria is, these guys are putting in the work, and you can see some people reached out to me and say, Saddam, I am so blown away by what you guys are doing, and I'm saying now people they work on. So thank you to all of you supporting, reaching out, helping, putting us on the map, man. I see all of you. Thank you to all our amazing Valencians on the platform, the back channel team, the guys behind the scene that makes this whole stuff looks all so easy for us here. Thank you to all of you, to the tech team. God bless you all. To our financial supporters, God bless you all. To all those that are reaching out and saying, guy, Mona take all this one to push. God bless everything for you. Everything you're just doing. Please keep doing what you're doing. We have a country to save. Do not get tired. Do not and deter. Stay strong. Stay active. Exercise. Nigerians, get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Be ready to take back your country. It's very, very, very important to understand that every single one of us. And I'm going to end this my submission by reading. I it almost skipped my mind, and the guy requested for the mic, but I could not. It's going to be a touchy one here for everybody. Please just brace up. I got this message. I did not read it yesterday, but it came into my DM July 14th. I'm going to post a screenshot because I asked him and he gave me permission to. And he said, "Dear Saddam, I hope this gets to you. I tried so hard to talk to Obedience yesterday in the space, but there was no time. As of yesterday, I was about sharing how Nigeria is about to happen to my dad, who has been in the hospital for over a month as a result of accident he had. Today, this morning, my father let go of his fight for life. He died around 9 a.m. You see, because he was advanced in age, no hospital wanted to treat him. Even the Parkland hospital that finally admitted him did not do much. They were just watching and observing for a month till the issue got worse and he died. He broke his waist, and as such, moving him around too much was not an option. but Nigeria happened to him. Nigeria robbed me of my father before I was able to fully flex him. I write this to you to tell you I am more than ready to fight for this country to be better. Anything it will take, anything in my power, I will join the fight. I know there are people on the surface and people below the surface. I want to be active in this fight because it has become personal. Thank you, and I hope you see this. I did not see this message since July 14th. He sent it till yesterday, and I saw
Saddam,
it.
I got that message as well. It was touching.
Yeah, and I saw it, and I just reached out to the brother yesterday, and it's just crazy. And I talked to him like a brother and his friend, like someone that I know. His story is not a new story, and same thing he passed through, same thing I passed through. I lost my dad to the system in the country, and that is why people don't understand the passion women of us come out and speak here. We have lost. Nigeria has happened to a whole lot of us, and out of the abundance of the happenings of Nigeria to many of us, it has created monsters in us. And you don't understand. I'm saying this as the parting word to the judiciary to understand that you have the system called Nigeria has created monsters. There are people ready to unleash their anger and venom on this country. They're just waiting for it. They're just it's like a puzzle, and they're fixing every piece by piece by piece. The day this puzzle will be completed, you guys will not survive it. It is important I just say this out there, and for every other person to understand that this battle is personal. We are fighting it with all our lives and all we've got. We have no other country than this one, and we have to work hard together and save it. God bless every single one of you. Thank you, my brother Otumba. Thank you, Elmi Nigeria Spotlight. Thank you, my brother Jimmy. Nello, thank you. N6 was in the building, but he could not speak because it was noisy. Thank you to every single one of you that could not come up to speak. I'm sorry, just that we have to close the space right now. Thank you, Polonium. Um, Thank you, Violence Crew, Mommy Bolanle, Harry, Naomi, Sweet Angel of Real Ever Best, Anka Dede, Omega XD, thank you, Savik. Hey, Franny, thank you, Madam Clarita. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Donkey, Antonia, Ayobami, my brother. Thank you, longest time. Is the first son. Thank you, A New Nigeria. Thank you, Miss Barriat. Real of our best, real of our best. You come church today, come out to speak. You're under sanction. Madonna, thank you. Li Liberty CD, God's Will for Nigeria, Aku, Dr. Lu, I see you, Mr. Jerry, Engineer Shaibu, Mama Wakiri, thank you, Napunzel, Rabbi, Adowere, Oduntutu, Oluwadami Larry, my brother, thank you, Olawaski, Mide, Shrubs, thank you, my bro, Happiness, my chairman, Teke, thank you so much, Lami, Osemo, thank you, Tony, Mr. Waleri, Chulo, you went to flex with Bonner Boy. Thank you. I can see you here, Mr. Emmanuel, my brother Gary. Thank you. Duchess, Lanre, Ehids, Mr. Ken, JR, Mugzi, Ikena, Emia Saddam, PA. Congratulations on your newborn baby. Thank you,
And then
Yvonne.
when you get PA,
My brother, Otumba, I think just go give himself work. Oh. Don't PA. No, get me myself. I won't be in own PA soon. I will find a rename, turn to own PA. Thank you very much. My own Oga PA. Thank you, Margaret. God bless every single one of you on the platform. If you did not hear your name, I beg no vex. I just see the names are plenty. I can't call everybody. We'll be back here on sorry, we'll not be back here next week Thursday, next week Tuesday, but we will be on the Power Fact Space on Saturday. It's going to be a shutdown by the grace of God. Please always remember we do this for God, for country, and for our families. Love you all. Good night and stay safe.